Morning. Morning.
Morning.
Morning, everybody. Any rain yet?
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Time to make the donuts.
Time to make them. Make them or break them. Make them or break them. You'll get that with it this morning. Morning, everybody. Anybody have Rob's gap list? If not, I can look it up. It's easier for
Hey,
me to
Jerry.
check. Morning.
Check out DD. It's a new IPO that come out yesterday. DIDI. It's going to be hot today.
What was it again?
DD DIDI.
DI. Oh, is it ticker DD now?
Yeah, DIDI.
Okay.
And then the oil smoking today. I mean, it's up big. All the oil stocks are going to fly because OPEC's going to cut production. Oil's up like $2.40.
Jerry, I just put Rob's list in the chat.
Thank you so much.
And then keep an eye on MU. The earnings came out yesterday. Unbelievable, but it pulled back. Could rip today.
I know it was almost getting ready to break out. I had it up on my other chart. And
And
am I looking
then
right there? DIDI?
DIDI. Another one to put is NEO is going. They had great car stuff. Rob usually puts the junk crap out there, those cheapy stuff. I don't like those.
Yeah. Some of them's not even optional.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't even put that crap. Just put something there's a lot of other stuff that's out there that's better. Like in NVIDIA, they gave it like $1,000 price target. So that one could go today.
Maybe we could take a look at Airbnb today too. Silver.
I know it ran yesterday, didn't it?
I think it was
Neo.
ready to break yesterday. Oh, Neo did, yes.
MVAX had some news on their trials that was really good. It popped last night, but looks like it pulled back a little bit, but certainly should keep an eye on that today, MVAX.
Maybe kind of choppy. 3 more here. Watch these. They're probably gonna crash. Did they have good earnings, I guess?
Yeah, they have great earnings. It's always usually they just kill Theta.
Yeah, they're probably crash this morning. Yeah.
Hey, Big O.
Sir.
Hey, this is Brock Barnes, man. We chatted on Twitter. Thanks again. I'm hyped for today, man. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're talking about.
Absolutely. I'm glad you're here. So for those that don't know, in the morning, between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, I'm strictly scalping. After 10 o'clock, we're looking for longer holds. The way the market's been acting the last couple of weeks, I'm usually scalping before. I'm trying to be in and out before the pullback, unless something's showing promise or something, I might hold a bit longer. But in the first 30 minutes, especially that first 15, it's strictly scalp. It's so volatile. You gotta be in and out. And if you're not quick, it's best to wait till 9:15 or 9:45 to 10 o'clock even to do anything. It's best to wait when price starts to straighten out a little bit. But if you're not quick, do not trade the open.
NVIDIA is ripping up this morning, so good call, Corey.
What is?
NVIDIA.
And also everybody needs to close their mics after they talk, so there's no
Oh,
background noise. So we only need to have Jerry have open mic unless you're talking.
Yeah, the first 30 minutes a day, especially actually the first hour, any kind of background noise or like it's distracting. When you call tickers, it's different, but when that noise is going on in the background, I've got to stop what I'm doing, reset, mute everybody, and then come back on. It really it really messes the flow up, especially in the first, in the first 30 minutes a day. It's really important to keep any kind of background noise to a minimum, or at least turn it off. If I say cut your mic, cut it off. But calling tickers is completely different. They don't bother me at all.
Yeah, could you, when you get a chance, look at Airbnb? It looks like it's over a nice volume node above some resistance.
Oh shit. Yes, breaking out of consolidation on the 4 hour and the daily. Next resistance is at 163. You could go all the way to 182. You see it. It's inside on the month, but this thing's a pretty new IPO. And now it's coming right back up. It can come back to 219. So it consolidated for a long time. It's breaking. So see right here, it's breaking at its flat top. It actually broke it at 154.82. So first target this morning for continues is 164. So we definitely keep an eye on that. See that? Yeah, that's good. See that? I had to get my dogs chasing a guy on the motorcycle down the road. He came to dead end down here for some reason. Freaking moron. Put my dog in the truck. She jumped out the driver's side window and chased him. And I had to yell at her, come back. CVAC looks good for that gap fill, but it looks like crap right now. CVAC's no good to break 76.38. It's filling that gap. It's just slow. And it's right smack inside this huge candle here on the chart.
But one that's really going is an oil stock that Gary recommended a while ago. It's called Oxy, OXY. This one could really rip. David Tepper gave it like a $50 price target.
Oh yeah, it's breaking the weekly too. So it's weekly consolidation there. It's up at the top of it. And it needs to break 3304. So if it breaks 3304, it's a very important number. So I'm going to set an alert at $33. What does this thing move on average? Let's see. It moves $1.30. It might. If it breaks that number, it could push another $3 or $4. Right now, it needs to break 32.83. All right, let's look at space. Space is chopping sideways. Going down. Okay, space has got a gap below. So we're going to mark the base of space, 42.72. If it breaks below that, it's going to be short for gap fill. good gap fill and then turn around and bounce back up as it retests. And then above $48, it's gonna be long. You could just TTO, it's pretty strong last week, so big pullback about 50% and then touched up. All right, let's look at Etsy real quick. Roku, the normal
Well,
one.
last, in the S&P 500, the stock that's got the most volume right now this morning is AMD.
AMD.
Yeah, pre-market, most volume.
Man, what about that Roku pop yesterday?
Yeah,
And look, Roku is a swing to 486.72. They just start a new month, so everything's gonna reset. It won't be complete until next Tuesday, I think. Roku gap down this morning. We'll see how that goes. Baidu's another one we need to keep on watch. Looks like crap right now. Now, Baidu, if you look at the daily, it could expand here and then go back through range. So if Baidu breaks below 202.15, it can go right back to pivot low. So you can go to pivot low, you can go to pivot high on the 4-hour and bounce. So I'd like to see 182. And if it breaks above 209, once they can start ripping. Inside day. SPY. $50. Oh yeah, let's take a test of that quick. There's this about midways. Now, if you're new, wait. Just wait. Let them open. Good luck, everybody. Hope everybody gets rich today. Don't be greedy, scalp. Take your money quickly. Limit order immediately. All right, Baidu hammer tests up, fill and gap instantly. The video needs a break. Down pivot high right now. Shop trying to come down. Zoom's down, Docu down. BA, Neo's up, and you keep eye on Neo and Baba. Because they can push up or gap fill instantly. Amazon just sitting there hanging. The video's breaking right now. Let it open. All right, Neo's hammering, Baba's hammering. They can rip here. The video's shooting up here, pulling back slightly. If it goes back, dang, I can't talk. 813.49 will be long. Momo hammer weekly. Be pulling back slightly. Tesla's trying to come up. Shop's trying to hammer. Amazon's looking pretty good. Baba's trying to fill the gap. Airbnb's pulling all the way back down. Docu's trying to form a hammer. Neo's hammering. Baba's trying to gap fill here. Tesla's trying to come up on a hammer. Baba's gap filling. Neo's gap filling. Let them open. Neo can gap fill about 50%, turn around, go back up. You gotta be careful with these stronger stocks. Shops try to come down. Amazon's coming down. Everything's chopping right now. There's no clear signals going on. A lot of hammers. APPN down. Airbnb trying to come up. All right, so here we go. These things start to pull back up. If they go red to green, they will be long instantly. Tesla's coming up. Airbnb is gonna be long over 155.67. Tesla's long, target's gonna be 692. Not very far, but still long. Tesla's long right now. Novax is long right now.
NVIDIA,
Novax is long. Yeah, Nvidia is long right now. Nvidia is long. Tesla's long. Scalp. I'm talking about you better be scalping. SC trying to come if it breaks 207.12 is long. Keep an eye on Neo. It feels 50% trying to come back up on a hammer. Docu trying to come back up on a hammer. As soon as they go red to green, they already good. There you go. Nvidia's pulling back slightly. To pull back on 1 minute, it goes back long at 8:14.60. If you long or add to it, Tesla's coming up. All right, Bob is trying to come back up on the hammer. Airbnb crosses 155.67 long. Here comes Neo. It's like we're off the damn races. All right, get Neo ready. Bob is fixing to be long. Bob is long. Neo, as soon as it goes back to green, it's long. Shopify is long. Bob is long right now. Scalp. If you can't scalp, you don't need to be in it. Shopify is long right now. Baba is long and going to the moon. Baba target is 230. Neo's trying to come back down. Airbnb's pulling down. That's just sitting there. Shop so spread. Oh shit, Amazon. Amazon breaks pivot low and go pivot high. Scalp. I'm talking about if you're not scalping, then you don't need to be trading right now. Stay out. All right, look here. Amazon setting up. It breaks pivot low here. It'll see 34.63. If it rejects here, it'll go lower. Be scalping. Please stop on. All right, let's get our 10% stand. Nothing's popping up. Amazon, getting ready. All right, here's the next 5-minute candle. Things going to go inside up here. Now we got more picture. Neo trying to come back down. If Neo breaks the downside here, it'll be short. The video breaks 8:14.60 to be long or add to it. Really, you shouldn't be sitting through any kind of ads. Neo is coming down. Neo is short here for gap fill, below 50%. Neo is short. Amazon is rejected. And we sit and we wait. A lot of dojis. A lot of dojis. All right, let's look at Oxy right quick. Amazon's still looking good here. If it breaks, it'll be long. It's trying to go inside up right now. All right, Amazon's long. Amazon's long.
NVIDIA, Jerry.
Yeah, NVIDIA needs to break 14.89. The video's long right this second. Etsy's long, it's breaking up. Airbnb's long, we just missed it. Airbnb's long. Airbnb's long. The video's long right now. Airbnb going. I'm long Amazon. Let's see where it should go. Target 3463. The video going to the moon. He's scalping. I can tell you. Shopify's coming up strong. Shopify's long right now.
Roku is dumping.
Yeah, that's example. Airbnb, Etsy point on the back. BA's coming up. BA's long right now.
Oxy,
Who?
OXY.
The video's longer, add to it now. The video's longer, add to it right this second. Be scalping. BA's long. It's a 2-2 up, taking out all these pivots on the 60 right now. PMG. Shopify is long. Target pivot high. Baidu's coming up. PMG 15. Zoom's coming up. Baidu's long, target 205.80, and then 208, and then 209. The video crosses 817.27, and long, add to it. Neo's coming up on a big old hammer here. If it goes green, it'll be long. Neo's long now. Neo is long right this second. Neo's long right now. This is a 2-2 up. You see it? 2 down, 2 up. Base is going. It is long. All right, we got some on the 10% scan now. All right, CPOP trying to come back down for the gap fill, but it's brand new. this thing can come down $20. C pop short. We're gonna expect it to fill halfway. It's about $4 here. You don't have options. Want to do comments, you can. All right, use brand new as well. Optional. Honesty. There goes my video again, guys. NVIDIA add to it along. There goes Neo. Up 12% Neo. Shot. Now we're waiting on a 2-1 move on the 15er here. We'll open up. Booze. By looking up, NVIDIA ain't gonna stop here. Shopify still inside this range here. It needs to break out. BA still going here. BA still on. PMG 60. Showing right through in these tops. Next target 244.37 on BA. It is one hell of a pit machine gun. Only scout. Just trying to come back down through range. BA's ripping again here. Your microphone's on. Take your time. Gloria, your mic is on. In the first 30 minutes, guys, you have to mute your mics. You gotta mute them. You're gonna call it ticker, it's different, but please turn your mics off. You got tickers to call, it's different. All right, here's the first 15-minute candle. I want these things to go 2-1 here. Break. BA still going here. Baba pushed up and then came all the way back down. Crazy. Neo did the same exact thing. That's why it's so important to scalp the open. You will get your ass handed to you. BA adding to it, 20%. NVDA goes inside the up here. If it breaks 1824 belong again. So NVIDIA breaks 1824 belong again. Otherwise, it's showing a little bit of weakness here. Same thing at Amazon. Looking for any kind of breaks. Zoom's gonna be long here in just a second. As soon as it crosses the top of the first two. Amazon's coming back up, TTO. If Amazon breaks 34.56, you take another run at it.
Here comes Apple.
Thank you, sir. That's how you do it. Yeah, now, guys. Apple looks really good. 2-2 up. Apple needs a breakthrough pivot high here. It's probably going to pull back slightly and then shoot through, target 137.40. Amazon coming up. Amazon's long now. Target that first candle. We'll hopefully get a breakthrough on it. If it makes a lower high here, it could go short. Zoom's breaking right now. Zoom's long right now. Zoom's long. It could see 395 at once time. The market's extremely choppy right now, so just keep that in the back of your mind. ETLA, SPY's ripping. VIX is bouncing right on pivot low. Needs a breakthrough. NTLA rejects here. It's going to be short to 159. NTLA short. Target 159. That's $7 away, guys. NTLA is short. NTLA is short. It's a quick $5 or $6 here. This is starting to roll over. NVDA cover. We're in it. Tesla's short now. 677 target. Shot going back down. Womp, womp, womp. Looking around. Tell you what, shot breaks to this low, should be going. Shot breaks through 1453. Short right now is chopping inside. All right, let's go 2% spin. Amazon's still trying to go. HD's coming up strong. HCA's fixing to be long. Breaking through the 60 pivot. Got a clean chart on a weekly. Probably the cleanest one so far this one. So HCA breaks 210 and be long. First target's going to be 210.97. Speedy. Airbnb stuck right inside. He's making a new high. Lot of chopping. Made some pretty good money. I got stopped out of a few as well. You gotta be so quick. So I'm usually just pulling 10%, 11%, something like that. Sometimes I pay a bit more if they run. But it's not much. All I'm doing is I'm setting up a cushion. So when 10 o'clock hits, I can start to be more picky on this stuff. Amazon's fixing to break the top side here. Expedia is pushing up pretty good. Amazon's long the top. We're going to target pivot high 15. So Amazon didn't work out. Expedia's come back through range. It brought it on the 4-hour, come back up. It needs to break 167.18 and go long on it. Shopify came back down and pivot lower, rejected it a second time. So it's coming back up. Let's take a look at it right quick. Let's scalp that again. Shop can make a pretty good amount of money on that thing. All right, we're keeping an eye on it. Shopify breaks. There. 1460 to be long and target top of that red candle. And if it breaks to the downside here, be sure. Let's see here. You get below this pivot low here. HD trying to come right back up. Shopify switching go short here on the shooter. Shopify is short right now. Shopify is short. All right, Oxy just alerted. Let's take a look. Oxy's rolling over to the downside here. HD's long right now. Oxy's trying to fill that gap. Shopify is short here. Myrna's short. Novax is short. Baidu short. Roku short. Etsy's fixing to be short. Myrna broke first. Novax is going to follow here. Baidu is coming down. It's going to go back through range. Baidu broke through pivot high on the 4 hour. It's coming back through this range now. On the daily, I'm sorry. You can see 182 if it wants to. Shopify's dying. Baidu short. First target pivot low 60 right now. Baidu short, boys. Shopify short. Shopify is short as hell. Shopify breaks again here. We're going to add to it. Shopify short again, adding as well. Shopify add. It's $10. That's $10 in 3 seconds. Shopify's dying here now. You need to get in it. Oh shit. Sorry. It's down $11 here. Roku short. Etsy short right now. Etsy is short. Myrna's short. Novax short. Nvidia coming all the way back down. Took my profits on shot. Amen. Let's take a look. The market is very volatile right now.
Tesla
still
short,
coming
Gary.
back.
Tesla
Oh,
short.
yeah. Thank you so much. No, it sure is. AMAT short target 136. Tesla's breaking through the pivot on the 1530. Short. Beautiful find, man. Beautiful. Let's see. Want a clear drop. Hang on. If you're not in Tesla yet, wait. 676.30 needs to be the trigger for the short. On the fiver. It is breaking through that 1530 pivot though. Novax almost to target. Etsy's dying still. these things can find a base at 10 o'clock and come right back up. So remember that. Etsy's short, first target's gonna be 246. That don't mean we're gonna be in again. Don't mean you're gonna stay in it. All right, 2%, Swabby. Novak so much to target. Out of Novaks. So target on Novaks is 209. Or pivot low 15. So I'm always targeting.
NVIDIA just formed a hammer on the 5.
Yeah, NVIDIA is bouncing off of 15 support or 15-minute PM, or it's bouncing off a pivot high on 15, so it could be a break and a retest. So we'll look to take it back up. So Novak came down, let's see, $5. That's the NVIDIA. Shopify, that's the quickest $11 I ever saw in my life. All right, NVIDIA, we're gonna look for a 2-2. It needs to make a higher high right here. So as soon as NVIDIA crosses 812 would be long, or if you want to get back in it. We gotta make sure it's not a pullback to the upside. I'll be looking to get back in the NVIDIA after the flip here, or in Novaks or Myrna. On the first 30 minutes, there's a lot of money to be made, but you can get hurt. All right, NVIDIA breaks below 8533, be short, target 797. If we can roll back or over 81251, be long. We'll target each individual candle here. Shopify is so volatile. It makes some monster moves, but you have to be quick. Shopify is doing a 2 hammer right now. All right. We get next hammer to form. And if it crosses 1459, 1460, it'd be long again. We're going to take it to the bottom of the pivot low. And hopefully get a breakthrough. It's 10 o'clock. Let's see what they want to do. Neo's got a big hammer, so we need to be mindful of these hammers on the 15. We get a pull back and then a push up on these things. It'll be nice. Baidu's got a big hammer bottom. Tesla's gonna make a break here. Etsy's gonna be short again. APPN is gonna be short when it crosses the 3. So they're gonna keep going. EXPE, some long signal. Etsy's short. All right, Expedia needs to make a new high here for its long. 167.23 trigger at the top side. APPN is fixing to be short. Tesla's gonna be short if it breaks the low. So let's look at APPN real quick. Airbnb looks like garbage inside. Neo's inside. All right, what we're looking for is just 312. We want it to break the low here. If it don't, it can come back through range and chop some more. So it needs to break 133.94 downside. Tesla's bouncing right there on that pivot on the 15. It expanded. It could bounce and come right back through range. So it did break. Let me look at it. It did break the pivot on the 30, but we always want to look at the signal on the 5. So it did break down through here, but we got to look at the, when it broke that, it was a 212. We want to make sure it clears. We got to see exactly what that one candle is doing. We want to make sure it clears the low of this wick here. Very important. So that was throwing a signal, but we need to dive in and see exactly what it's doing. All right, Goog's on the 2-1 scan. Shit, Goog's long right now. GOOG's long. Target pivot low. 25-23's target on Goog right now. GOOG's long. And it could see 25-55, guys. It's a PNG, same pattern we always see, but just on a big ass ticker. Get PNG right up to 25-55. Goog's long right now. It don't have much volume, but it can make a big ass move right here. Your stop is 10 cents below the wick. Okay, it's alert. And keep looking. Let's pull up Airbnb right quick.
Can you take a look at Applied Materials? AMAT?
Yes, sir. Amen. Yeah, that's a pretty swing ticker there. Yeah, it was short this morning. Let's scalp it for a little bit. Still looking good. It's starting to roll over though. So it failed to break pivot high, so it can come on down. Right now it's starting to slow. So what that means is you need to wait till it breaks the low wick, or it can start to curl back up. So expanded on the 4 hour and the daily and try to come back to that range. It can come down and see 130.32. So what it's doing is just curling. Right, because you be a pullback to the downside as they take profit. So if it crosses 138.50, we short. All right. This is it expanded on the 15-minute pivot, and it's trying to come back through range. All right, and the video is bouncing off pivot 15.
Thank you, Jerry.
You're welcome, sir. Yeah, so either way, so the good thing about these really tight candles on the 5-minute here, it can come all the way back up to pivot low. All right, so you can PMG, you can scalp this thing at 141. It could reject and come back down. Then you can hit again. NVDA, when you watch anything that's bouncing through a pivot, and keep an eye on it. So I'm always looking for 15-minute shorts in these big strings. But let me show you. Click on this thing. What it's going to do. There's a couple of things you could do. All right. It broke as soon as it broke out this morning. As soon as it broke the high, see it came down, pulled back up. So it expanded. Let me show you. This is how I can get in these things so quick. So it expanded here. It went red. At open, it went red. As soon as it went green, it hit it. All right. You can wait till it brings the pivot high. It comes up. There's one scalp. Pulls back as soon as it crosses the high or the body. You can take it again for another scalp. Safer to take it when it crosses here. So it pushes up, pulls back. There's a short. There's a short. Right now it's chopping. So it's ultimately making this pattern here. Or what it's doing now is chopping sideways. Okay, let's just simplify it. It's chopping. It's either going to go up or down. And to take it up, you want it to clear the top of this candle here. Right here, this candle. To take it short, it needs to clear below of this candle here. So long, break that candle. Short, breaks that candle. If it breaks that candle, first order is always going to pivot. All right. Pivot, body this candle, and then the low, and then we'll target each of these individual candles. All right. Right now, all it's doing is chopping. It's chopping sideways until it breaks one side or the other. Now, it needs to break this by just a little bit. So it's short right this second. Target's going to be pivot high. So the video is short right now, guys. All right. Now when it gets here, it can do a couple things. Bounce, go through it, go straight through it. It can reject and reverse and come back up. The only good thing is after 10 o'clock. More follow through. We want to see rejection and gap fill here.
Would you say that Airbnb is pretty much dead now at 156?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay.
Good's pushing here, guys. So I've got a limit order set on Good. Because I want, I'd like to pull at least $5 out of this thing. We'll see. We're getting consistent pullbacks. It's a major. Let me do this right quick. Let's close this out.
Deer just cleared a gap.
What did?
DE.
ODE. Nice. All right, let me pull up the daily here. This is what looks good. So these patterns are exactly the same. But the only thing that separates these patterns, guys, is the time and the price. All right. On the lower time frame, this patterns happen quicker. And on the higher time frames, it happens slower. It's always the same exact pattern. So let me show you the pattern. You can make a whole strategy out of this. All right, price comes up, pulls back, goes up. So it's going to do one or two things here. It's going to PMG back up. We're seeing on a 4 hour, it's reversing because we got some pullbacks to the upside. Or it's going to make a pullback and then go down. All right. Hopefully it comes up. We get confirmation on a 4 hour with the pullbacks to the upside and the PMG is back to the top. And also, if you look at the month and the week, we got a major uptrend on it. All right. So hopefully it's taking out this one. Next target's body, and wick, body, wick, wick, wick. So it looks like that. And we trade this pattern here even on the 5 minute. The same pattern on the 5 minute, the 15, the 30, the 60. One thing separates from this time one. DE. It's curling up. Target's going to be the body and then the high. Let's see how Airbnb is starting to do something here. Yeah, Airbnb just chopping sideways here. Yeah. Airbnb's
Applied
chopping sideways.
materials. Applied materials, PMG on the 5.
What ticker symbol is that?
AMAT.
Wait a minute. Let me come back up. Yeah. Two back up. So AMAT's long target 140, 138.
Jerry, with the VIX just hanging down towards the low, I think it's just a shakeout this morning.
Yeah, it's trying so bad to break that pivot. It just struggling. Today is super choppy. We thought yesterday was choppy. Today is very, very choppy. Today might be a short day. There's just some days, guys, you just gotta say, you know what? I'm not gonna sit through this. And that's gonna be one of those days. Now, what we can do is, when the market's so choppy, there's tickers out there that's got natural buyers in it that has smooth price action. So we could target those using our scans. So unless we can't find some. Lemonade's looking at
Spies testing 430.
Yeah, hang on a second. Lemonade looks pretty good. It's trying to break out. It breaks out on the daily at 113.71. All right, Tesla. It's trying to go short here. So we'll probably try to short it here. Neo's gap fill. All right, now look, Tesla breaks the low here at 675, brings it at 80. It'll be short. Target's
Tesla has a
on.
gap fill to 650.
Yeah, so the first target's gonna be pivot low at 668.42. Neo's coming on down. But the thing is, it's chopping sideways here. Need a good break on it. It can't just be a penny. It needs to be as choppy as the market is today. It needs a good break. Amazon chopping sideways. Myrna Novak trying to come back up that red candle. Boy, the market's just choppy. There's not much follow through. Lemonade. I got sure got a good. Lemonade's long right now. Volume's increasing on it. It's up 200%. Current bar is. It's breaking that flat top on the daily. All right, one consolidation, a bigger break. Next target on Lemonade is going to be 120, and it's going to fill a gap at 127. So Lemonade's got the smoothest chart right now. Lemonade's long. What she does.
AMAT still just taking out each of these targets.
Hey, Matt, nice.
Just went 2-2 on the 15.
Nice. Yep, she's still on. You can add every time it crosses the next candle. HD's trying to go up. Yeah, amen. Looks good here. If it breaks pivot low, it can come up to see 143. Oh shit, Novak's shot up. 2-2 up. Or 2-1-2 up, 15. Mine will come up with it too. All right, I'm more worried about HD right now.
Jerry,
HD's gonna be long across the high.
keep an eye on Tesla on the 15th. Looks like it's gonna go down. It's on that pivot. It could be a 2-1-2 down.
Yeah, it needs a good clean break in 15 wicks down there. HD's trying to go long here. It needs to break pivot on the 15. And I'll take the 30 and the 60 with it. So it's 2-1-2 right now on the 15. Continuation measured move. It's gonna be long here in just a second if it breaks. Yeah, if Tesla flushes through these wicks here, it'll be short. Absolutely. And we keep it on Neo too. It's a long ways to go back down.
Boeing reverse 2-2 on the 15 with a hammer.
Oh, what's that?
Boeing.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's got a big old red candle coming right back up too. Nice.
Tesla broke there, Jerry. Down.
Nice. Yep, that's just short. Neo's trying to come back down. I'll take a look at Neo here in a second. Yeah, Tesla's short right now. Yeah, Tesla's short. Target's going to pivot low. 668. So it's about $6. Let's look at Neo, because this got a lot more candles to come back there. Pretty extended, needs a big pullback here. So Neo breaks. If Neo breaks, let's see here, 52.64, man, it's got a long ways to come back down. Keep eye on Neo. If it breaks that, it'll break through consolidation and target will be $50. Tesla's still short here.
QQQ short, Jerry.
Nice, thank you.
Amazon broke yesterday's low, headed toward the low of the day.
Nice. Yeah, I like to see Amazon break that free candle.
XOM 15,222 up. Oil's turning around and going back. This be probably the best play to play today. Oil's up $2 or $100, $1.70. Oil should be, these oil stocks should be ripping. They just took them down, I think, because they weren't in them. Now they're going to reverse them.
Yeah. All right, let's look at Amazon real quick. Amazon, I like to see it break this pivot low here, at least by 20 to 30 cents. So, see here, 34.30. I like Amazon to break 34.30 at least for taking short. That way, make it lower low. That's a dying here. It came down and retested on that pivot on the 15. Next target pivot low 60.
The HD's going right now. Jerry broke a 15-minute
Nice.
pivot.
Like to see. And HD's got a long ways to go back up there. Check that. About missed it. Lemonade's kicking ass at 30%. With lemonade. Lemonade is ripping.
Disney broke high a day.
Look at lemonade's that flat top breakout there. You can see 127 if it wants to. And lemonade's got a gap fill. If it can make it to 120. Shopify coming on back down. Airbnb sitting there chopping inside. BA's 2-2 back up. We're going to target the top of that red candle. Amazon did break that 3, so it's going to be short as soon as that candle goes solid red. Shopify's going to be short when it breaks the low. BA needs to break 241.02. It needs a pullback right now to get in it. Shopify's fixing to break. You keep eye on Neo. Neo's going to be short here in just a second. Been already short. And Neo's cheap. This damn thing is cheap. Neo breaks pivot low on the 5 or the 5 minute or the 15 is short. So we'll target this big old green candle. Getting ready. Neo's getting ready to set up here. Remember, buying deeper in the money because it's Thursday, or buy next week's. So we got to worry about time decay. I'm gonna go ahead and buy some Neo. Let's see if I get a solid red can, I'll go ahead and get in early. I might get stomped out here, so I'll suggest anybody do it, but so. Jumping the gun. Just trying to come back up, it's inside currently. Look at it. Today's chapel. I can tell you. So Texas currently inside. If it breaks the downside here, if it breaks 672.94, be short or add to your position. And let's look at Amazon. I didn't get in it, but let's look at it. See how it went short. It's the same thing after like 11, where you want to give it more room because they expand. Markets close on Monday. There goes Neo. Neo's got the most potential, even more than Tesla. Tesla's got that pivot on the 60 down there. I'm telling you, if Neo drops here, she's got a long way to go. Yeah. Automatically right on one. I could just, this green candle could just been pulled back to the downside. Who knows? Comes on down. First target's going to be 50.58. Neo. Or it could expand through it. It could expand through the pivot low on the fiber and then back up. We don't know. There's Tesla, big old hammer back up. Boy, the market is insane today. All right, let's see what it's going to do here. We can scalp it. Tesla's long right now, target 681. And I'm just going to scalp it. I'm not even going to play with anything long.
Nike is flying today.
Yeah, 212 continuation measure move 6 for daily. Man, this big candle here is a measured move. On the weekly. Reckon. Pull back to get in it. I gotta see a little on Tesla. Yeah, everything was like garbage across the board. TSM bounced off pivot 15, stuck inside. DE made a lower high, trying to come back down. HD expanded on 15, trying to come back down again. Garbage. Absolute garbage for you, Joe. 'Thank you very much. Nike. Ripping.
Well, look at Tesla, that hammer on the 15, huge hammer.
Yeah. Yeah, Tesla was good. Yeah, Tesla was long, target that pivot low there. Just on my limit.
Check out Netflix too. And
Now Tesla breaks through the, oh shit, Netflix is long right this second. Yeah. 2 months, 2 weeks. Pull back, push up. Yeah, Netflix looks good. Doing here. Look at Fubo. All right, NVIDIA expanded, trying to come back up. Tesla's going to be long or add to it if you're not in it. As soon as it breaks the 3 on 15. Well, you could. Yeah, expansion, trying to push back up. Look at Microsoft is still going up there. Microsoft 212 daily. It's that month, flat top. So we can see Microsoft make a move here too. It's stuck right in the middle of everything. That's the problem. Needs to break. 271. Punishing people today. Today's, you know, today's a bad day to be trading. The pivot points, no, they're custom script or custom scan script or whatever. They're in the Discord and the scanner up near the top there. Yeah, I think today's gonna be a short day, guys, unless we get some smoother price action. There's no sense in me sitting here. I'm not about to give any more money back. It's volatile. This is probably one of the worst days in the last 2 months. This is how bad this day is. It's so choppy. If I'm struggling, everybody else is too. And I might actually end the day red. If we're not. Because I'm a human. HD trying to come back up, making a higher low. DE, what are you doing? DE trying to come back up. Breaks through 55.60, you can see through 56.09. So choppy. These candles are just so volatile. Let's look at Airbnb right quick. NVIDIA's expanded through the pivot on the 15 and trying to push back up. So we might get a nice move on NVIDIA here in a second. I say that the setup looks great, but today's garbage. So this is just a wedge here. Now the VIX is going to break out one side or the other. All right, so it looks just like that. And these lines, these are actual trend lines here because they line up. And to be a real trend line, it needs to touch at least 3 times, right? You see it in there. I mean, almost a penny. Four touches, and then 4 touches on the base. When it breaks out, it's going to go one way or the other. All right, let's see the video. It's 7 now. It's probably one of the best looking ones. Essie's trying to come back up. 2 down, 2 up on a hammer. So we might get some reversals here. Now, if you look on the 15 here, expanded. So we won't teach you this on the strat, but I will. Tesla trying to come back up. The video is going to be long. The video is long right now. So it looks like this. That's expanded here. Expanded there. All right. Pushed up. Came back down. Expanded. Taking these stops out. And I try to push back up. All right. So this looks like that. Now, the good thing is we got this big red candle here. So first target's going to be here. There's resistance there. Because every time it came to this point here, rejected. All right. So the video is long here. It's a nice clean move. Probably the cleanest so far. Tesla's starting to push back up. We need to keep an eye on that too. So this market's trying to straighten up here. All right, the market is trying to clean up a little bit. We'll see.
We may get better direction once SPY gets over 430.
Yeah.
It's just sitting there going, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and also we need VIX. If you look at VIX, it's sitting right on top of that pivot on the 60. It needs a break. So let's keep an eye on Etsy here. We got a 2 down, 2 up the hammer. APPN, same thing. APPN can really fill up and hit that regular. But if you look right here on 60, it's expanding. We need a clear break. So when VIX breaks 1555, we'll see a nice flush. Everything works and come back up. HD trying to come back up. Let's look at APPN. It looks promising too. It's pretty smooth. The video's long here, guys, but better get you a piece of it. It's a pretty good move. You can put it back green on the day. So, you know, whenever I'm down, I keep it back my mind. I know it only takes one move to put me back green on the day. And, you know, I want to tell you, all these, the ones I called that I got busted on, same setup. There wasn't nothing wrong with the setup. It's just sometimes the market just does what it wants, because the market can do what it wants. So APPN right here. So there's nothing wrong with my setup. All right, I know that. Because I wouldn't hesitate to take the same exact trade at any time. So price came down. It's semi-smooth here. It broke through the pivot. All right. Now we got reversal going on here.
Amazon's running.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah. So you take it long when it crosses here. All right, so APPN is long. First target is going to be the pivot, the body, and the wick. So this is a reversal right now. APPN is long. Etsy is going to be long. Etsy, okay, this is the same pattern over and over and over, guys. So once the market starts to roll, the rest looks just like it. So Etsy's long right here, and we're going to target these big red candles. All right. All it did was expand. So let me draw it. It expanded just like this right here. Expansion. And that's why we can target the body high. Right. If you want to be safe on Etsy, wait till it crosses this wick of this candle here. Lemonade's back up 27%. Let me look at Amazon. I don't trust Amazon right this second, to be honest with you. Because it's right smack dab in the middle. Well, yeah, you can see it right here. It's full 60 up.
There's a pivot there on 3446 that it just keeps hitting and stopping.
On Amazon?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you look right here on just the individual candles, it's 3 smack inside. So you got a doji, which is a garbage, absolute garbage candle because it opens and closes pretty much where it started at. And then it's right in the middle. There's really no direction. It's horrible. It's a horrible candle. And on top of that, I mean, it's right smack in the middle. It's been chopping sideways. That's like Tesla. If you look at Tesla, I'll pull it up in a second. It's in a really tight range the last several days. We could trade it, but man, it's just ugly. So all this is a compound inside candle. And then this is a 2. All this is inside that. All this is inside this one candle here. Then we got sub candles. There's one candle here. All this is inside that. So we can trade it, but it's just rough. It's better when it's got clear direction. Chop sideways, come back up, chop sideways, breaks, come back down. It's not as smooth as it was over here. That's why we like stocks when they break out and they're trending. See here, it's kind of volatile in this area here, but it's a lot more smooth. It's actually making moves. So we're looking at candles on these things, and yeah, they can be pretty good sized candles, but they look big, but they're just not. Whereas when it's trending, one candle might be $5. We can still scalp it, but it's harder to. All right, let me pull. Oh shit, DA just broke, or DE. Oh no, it broke that high. It broke 609. Lemonade's up. There goes Tesla, boys and girls. All right, next target on Tesla, 687.99. I wish it'd break 700, to be honest with you. The good thing is there's above average volume on it. So limit or test this long still. We're gonna target 688. Go back 3 months. Yeah, let me pull this up real quick. This is 60-minute chart here. So you see it ranges, it breaks. So really everything's just a 2 on 2. So it's a 2 over here. It goes inside, it breaks, then it goes back inside. So everything just pushes, then it ranges, and it pushes, and it ranges. So it's just a 2-1 continuation or reversal. That's all everything is. So it consolidates. When it breaks, it made a big move. Yeah. That's $70. So now it's chopping sideways again. So this is just chop. It's a compound inside bar. It's a 2. Right. There's a 1. There's a 2 down here. It's just a 2, 1, 2, 1. And we're hoping it breaks out to the top or it can reverse. We can still trade this range because there's $30 in there. So there's still plenty of money to be made in this range here, but you really you know what you're doing to trade it. Just as long as we're going to target the pivot high. Bob is dying here. Let's pull it up. So all we do is try to play the smoothest patterns that we possibly can next choppy day. And we can go out and search for smoother patterns. They're out there. Every day there's out there. This is to the moon.
Google's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it bounced out of a sport. And Nike's still going too. Jesus. Bob is breaking pivot low. So Bob is breaking that consolidation here. So it was a 2. Consolidates. Now it's trying to break to the downside here. See, it can come down. Target's going to be pivot low, 223. Knock it back up. Nike's still going. It's starting to roll over. All right.
Jerry, FANG, that's one's going.
Oh, Fang. Fang. Thanks, sir. EXPE just loaded again. Well, it's a bit late for the alert. FANG. Oh yeah, Fang looks good. There's a push up, a retest, going 30. Retest on 60, yeah. That's nice. Yeah, so let it break 98.60. Baidu's fixing to break down here too. Like I said, Baidu's just going back through that pivot range. All right, goes Baidu. Baidu breaks it short right this second. Still, it's 201 first target, but I really want to see it break back through. Let me show you what I want to happen here. What I want happens and what actually happens, 2 different things. So this price expansion, see it expanded through the pivot. So you can do this, you can come back through the bottom here. Or it can do this, go it back through here and then come back up, taking these stops out. So we take a look at the month. Chuck finds right here at the pivot. You want to look at the month, kind of see the direction of it. So it's pushing up, pull back here, goes inside. This is our make or break for Baidu here. There goes Airbnb, it broke the wedge. Airbnb broke the wedge here. I mean, it's just. It's
Right.
garbage thing.
I do on that daily. It looks like it's forming the handle of the cup.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to pivot. There's no telling. I mean, there's just no, today, there's no telling. Day is a choppy day. It could, I like to see him, hold that top there. But you're right, could. But if we look at the month, made a big shooter, came back down, and it's starting to roll. All right, so it needs to do something. And we look at the 4 hour here, we got shooter. The bodies are getting larger. This price picks up. Oh no. Today there's no follow through. Setups that normally just rip is not happening today.
Not Fang though, Jerry. Look at Fang. Fang's the best one. Just keeps.
It keeps going. Fine.
Peloton
Let's take a
short.
look. Ooh, yeah, Fang does look good. Yeah, Fang. Yeah, there's volume increase on it too. Yeah, so Fang's long right this second. Got a Momo hammer up. For sure. Keep on short. Let's take a look at it.
And Neo just broke 15-minute pivot down.
What did?
Neo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm still in Neo. I took him early. It's up 18.87%. Eliminate them.
By the way,
Yeah, right.
first time I say something, and I want to say thank you, man. You're doing a spectacular. Your humbleness it's amazing.
Well, I appreciate that so much. I try to do what I can. But just try to give back, what's been given to me. And I can do. I appreciate that so much. And the end goal was really so, everybody can find their own stuff and they have their own entries and they can do it, So the how and the why basically. So it's like just teaching somebody to fish as opposed to giving them fish. But I like everybody here. Everybody's so friendly, nice, humble. We all have the same end goal. And I appreciate that very.
I just come for the sound of murder in the background.
Yeah, my stepdaughter's autistic. She gets loud as hell sometimes.
Oh,
Got the
really?
door closed. Yeah, I got the door closed, sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right,
I
yeah.
thought I have little kids. I just thought they were kids playing. I wasn't
Oh,
trying
yeah,
to be rude.
she's basically a kid. Yeah, no big deal. Yeah, she's loud, shoot, yeah, I know. I was watching a video, last night, a full video, what I heard in the background. I didn't know it picked up that good. Yeah, she is fine. She's back there. I think she's watching Carol Burnett or something like that. All right, got kicked out of lemonade. I'll take that. Neo still up 12%. D's up 7%. Be nice if Neo flushed. And Neo's got a long ways to go. Airbnb broke out of that range. It needs to make a new high. Yeah, no big deal. Yeah, she gets loud. Oh, I'm sure. I used to have that ball mic, the Blue Pair I still got it. And it would pick up every sound. Sometimes you'll hear a train go by still too, I'm sure. We're close to the track.
Yeah, we hear that.
It's pretty hard to miss that.
I was wondering who that was with the train.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's loud. I'm so used to it, it don't even bother me. I know it's loud.
Hi, right now, Jerry, up.
What? Oh, Spy. Oh, yeah, Spy's breaking record say.
Hey Jerry, can you bring up Peloton? And
Oh, yeah.
It's a 113 on the daily, but it just broke to the downside. Does that mean it's short?
Yeah. Yeah, it's breaking pivot low here. Somebody called it a second ago. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I
it's
did.
making lower highs.
Yeah.
It's making lower highs on the daily. You got a shooter on the weekly inside the month, which is the month. But yeah, it's definitely going short here. And really the target's gonna be 114. How long it takes to get there, I don't know. Right now it's pulling back. If you're not in it yet, wait. But you'll enter when it breaks 122.64. But I like that it's
Okay.
breaking that pivot. Those pivots, man, they're money.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. The market is super choppy. Somebody's pissed. So I can say somebody's upset. Because they throw a big green candle for reversal and then turn it back around and go against you. That's what you call a chop.
That market maker video you posted, the interview, are there any more like that? That was phenomenal.
Was it in resources?
Yeah.
Or, there might be. I have to look. Yeah, everything I post in the resources, it's relevant, I think. I don't try to post anything there just taking up space. If it's in there, I use it every day.
Yeah.
So I have to go look, like even the books in there, the option book and the
Yeah,
book
I finished option pricing and analysis. Is that what it was called?
yeah, white analysis, yeah.
Yeah, that one. hmm
Good book.
Yeah, it helps with the briefs for sure.
Yeah, you got it. If you're gonna do options, you have people talk about options. And, man, if you don't know the Greeks, then you can get destroyed out there.
Yeah, it made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I look around. I can't find. I'm sure there's more like that. Neo's still trying to flush here. Baidu could be pulling back here. It needs a flush again too. I'm short Baidu, and I'm also short Neo. So Neo got a long ways to come down. 50-51, and it's a little extended on the daily. We're getting some pullbacks on the way up here, but it's stairs up, elevator down. If we look at the monthly here too, I think it kind of runs, well, it don't run Tesla. Tesla can influence it, but not really. It's a monthly chart here. We had a good push up. Shooting. Pulls back to the downside now. It starts chopping sideways. Pulls back up. So this could be a pullback to the upside here. Or this could be the sort of a lower high. Again, the monthly's at a pivotal point here. All right, so all the patterns are exactly the same. It's just the only thing that separates them is time. We could see this pattern play out on a 5 minute. All right, Tesla's making a big hammer here. So if it breaks the top of the prior two on the 15, it's gonna be long, or you're gonna add to it. So on the lower time frames, we see this pattern pay out pretty quickly. So if it rolls over, go there 2 here, it'll be a new low. Or you pull back slightly, maybe 50%, and then go higher. Breaks the high here, be long. Of course, it takes a month for this candle to finish. So this thing could go red. It could hammer back up, go back green, and take all this out in 1 month. There's just so much that can happen in this thing. So much. Etsy's dying here, but is it? Is it really dying? 11 o'clock. And that's the thing too, guys, is every time frame needs its own pullback. So we see on the 4 hour, the daily, the weekly, we're getting small pullbacks on these tickers, but it needs a major pullback, or it needs a pullback on the weekly even. And it's really healthy. So on Etsy, we could see 2 or 3 red candles, right, going back. And then we wait on that 2-2 back up, confirmation on the 4 hour, get a pullback to the upside. And that's how we catch them great, big, old, huge, gigantic moves, is we catch it on the base of the TTO and take it back up to the high. So I'll show you. So, this thing's reversing. And plus it would be a red to green move on the month. So, there's America. First off, let's draw the 2s out. The 2. All this is inside of this candle here. It breaks out the pivot. I'm not drawing it exactly right. Inside. All this is a 2. Every bit of that's a 2. It goes inside. As soon as it breaks the pivot, 2, 1, 2, reversal. Of course, you want to see it hit pivot high up here. Right? So it's kind of strong on the month right now. Pushing up, retested this, came back up, pull back on that hammer. pull back now. Now, we get a couple red candles, so it pulls back to, say here. So if you took this candle here, a healthy pullback would be around 50%. So took this and put the fibs on it, a healthy pullback would be between 31, 50, 61%. So let's say this pulled back to 51. Starts to base. On the 4 hour, we see this. All right. So on the next pullback to the upside, you can hit it as it takes these candles here back out. And the ultimate goal is getting back to the top and then continuation to the high. The deeper the pullback on a strong uptrend on a higher time frame, the bigger that move. I mean, that move could be $25. And on top of that, it's a swing. And it's a very high probability swing on top of that. And you're not in it long, a couple of days. A lot of times too, when these tickers are so strong, this thing pulls back on a couple of candles. When it starts to reverse, you can do it in one day. So it can literally pull back. Or it could go up. It could take all these stops out in one day. It looks just like that. And the reason it can do it in one day is because it's taking these stops out. And the tighter the stops are, the tighter the candles are, the quicker it can move. All right. So if you see a bunch of stops stacked together, price can push up quickly. If you see one solid candle, it can push up just as quick, right? Because there's no resistance there. And then on the lower time frames, so if you see a big green candle on a daily, and if you go to the 5 minute, 15, 30, 60, there's just a bunch of small green candles on that time frame. And that's why the big candles are so powerful too. First of all, they're just candle after candle after candle stacked in there. But there's not a bunch of garbage in there in the way. And the price can quickly push up through there. There's nothing to stop it from shooting up through there. So like say, we got a bunch of small candles here. Price clicks through, expands, comes back up. It can quickly come up through here as well. But it's got a lot of stuff here to stop it on the way up. So when you get out of the compound, when you get out of all this garbage here, the highest setup, the highest probability setup is when it comes out of this mess. So here, garbage, tight, nothing, doing nothing. Through here, there's less mess, less chops. The price can quickly push up through there. These Neo's still up. There's a chopper. Amazon's trying to break here. I don't trust Amazon to break. I don't trust anything to break there. All we can do is play sub pullback, sub 2-2s. That's it. On today's so choppy, you're going to reduce your size by nothing. I mean, you're going to be down to the bare minimum. One contract on every trade. Is that?
You know what's weird, Jerry, is that the VIX is at the lowest today, at the low of the day.
Yeah. I don't know what's up with it, but today is just horrible. Yeah, there's no volatility.
Because the VIX likes volatility, and so since there's nothing really happening today, the VIX is probably not going to move too much.
There's all kinds of volatility right there. Or is chop not volatility, or volatility is big moves, or what? I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know. Corey, what is it? How's volatility defined?
Yeah, I mean, technically volatility is bigger, wider moves, right? Like
Oh,
chop,
okay.
chop really isn't volatility in the sense of,
Yeah.
you know, the ATR kind of, you know, range move.
Thank you. So volatility wants big moves. Big, large price action. All right, Tesla's coming on down. Baidu's got a Momo shoes downside. Amazon wants to be short here. Don't trust it. Neo slowly coming down. Airbnb broke down. Airbnb at wedge and broke. Neo broke down here. Amazon's short. I'm just gonna scalp it. I mean, I'm just gonna scalp it. I mean, there's no way I'm gonna say this thing's wrong. I mean, if I can pull 5%, I'm gonna pull it. Target's 22, 4 hours away. Got a limit set on it. Tesla's rolling over. There goes bad day. There goes Neo. Up 20% by day. 11% DE. Up 25% Neo. Amazon 6% got sell over in. You know, I just don't trust them. Baidu looks good. You know, and Amazon is coming down here. There's no doubt about it.
Also, the VIX tends to spike right when stocks go down. And I know that we're looking at a lot of tickers that are going down, but if you look at the indexes right now, the Dow's up 89. The NASDAQ 100 is only down 34. The NASDAQ's only down 20. The S&P is up 12. So, you know, I'm just saying across the markets, there's not a lot of movement overall.
Gotcha.
So, you know, that's affecting it as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Jerry, would you take a look at AMD Alpha something M, like Mary Delta?
Alpha Mike Delta.
Yep.
Tesla's rolling over here, guys, making a lower high. AMD's breaking down. Neo's short here, guys, and Baidu short too. Still in Amazon. The market's rolling over. I don't know why. Oh, hell, QQQ's fixing to be short. AMD broke through pivot channel, look back on the weekly. And AMD's coming down. 2-2. AMD short right this second. It's at a gap fill. The first target on AMD is 90.85. 90.65 gap fill. 90.17. Short right this second. Baidu. Neo's up 42%. Baidu up 37.10. HD's broke just now, so HD's up 1.8%. Thank you very much, Amazon. I'll take that. I am back green on the day. AMD looks really good, guys. It's cheap and it's short. Etsy's short. Roku short. Take your money, as I can tell you. Taking the market is a garbage hole. If you're up 10%, you might want to take it. NVIDIA is going to be short, breaking back through range, target pivot. Baidu up 60%, Neo up 56. HD just broke. AMD looks good. Shop short here. Let me see if I can scalp it. Can't tell. HD's long, finally breaking that 60 pivot. Will it hold? I don't know. I don't have a clue. But I still think HD's a swing. That's one reason I keep it up on the screen. HD is long here. It's got volume increasing on it, right? So whenever we're looking at breaks after 11, we want to see that volume increase. So let me pull this up. This is very important. We know that breaks today in general because the market's so choppy. But after 11 o'clock, these breakouts are about 80% of the time. So what you want to see for confirmation, it's going to be a rule, is volume increase on a break to make sure it's not market manipulation. Can it fail here? Yeah, because today's garbage. It's starting to pick up. So if you look at volume, it's rolling up here. This white line's the average volume. It's starting to pick up. So when it breaks, we want to see volume increase. Because if volume stays the same or even ticks down, there's a pretty good chance this is going to wick up and then pull right back down and then start chopping again. So low volume, trap you, chopping again. And today is just a garbage day anyway. So it can pull back down and start doing it again. So today you need to take profits quickly. Up 70% in Baidu, 47 on Neo. So rule volume increase for breakout trade after 11. All out of Shopify. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm watching on another chart over here, guys. Etsy short still.
Roadblocks look
Airbnb.
like a decent short.
Roadblocks, nice.
Ellipse.
ABM short. Bob is still short here too. Next 15-minute candle. Now, shop, if you look at the 15, the reason I took it is bouncing off a pivot on the 15. Good for a scalp. We got more information because a little bit later in the day. So it looks like this. So price chops, it's garbage, it's compound inside, it breaks it, and then it just is ugly. All right, comes up, retest the upside, so price to expand like this. Okay. And it bounces and bounces again. Take it short, target's gonna be here after it cleared these. Good for a scalp. All right, Neo breaks down here. We add to it. Apparently inside 15, breaks to the downside. It'll be added to. We're still going to target the green candle on the 60. All right. So going to add to Neo right now. So we can't pull 200 or 300% of this bad dude. HD up 12%, Baidu 68, Neo 56. All right, target on this thing is this green candle here. All right. Now, there's a bunch of chop here to compound inside bar, right? So it takes more strength to get through that than it does this. There's a lot of stop stacks in here. And the tighter these that they are, the bigger, the faster it can come down. Right, so target's gonna be there, you know, it could pull back and then shoot through there. It could chop through this area right here. As it breaks it. It could hesitate. And if it's real strong, there's a lot of resistance stacked in this level here. It can bounce. It could do one of three things. It could come down, shoot straight through it, come down, bounce, then shoot through it, or come down and reverse completely. HD 15.7. Up 83% on Baidu, 65 on Neo. Tesla's fixing to flush here too, so we'll take her back down. It's just so much, the market's just garbage. So if you just wait, you'll always find a setup. Now, Tesla, you can't really do anything because it's so close to the pivot. You know, if you look at it, it's smack inside. If you look on the 60 here, you'll see it. You should be able to train, you need to train yourself to see exactly what price is going without looking at a candle. So, see, test on the 60. First of all, it's compound inside bar. It's been ranging for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days now. Right in the middle of this thing. It has the worst possible place you can be. So look, it's right in the middle. So not only is it in the middle on the current candle, it's right in the middle of this really, really tight range. So this is all compound inside. So not only is it compound inside for 5 days, it's right smack in the middle. And that's the worst place to be. Up 71% Neo, 78.7% on Baidu. HD up 14. I'm gonna go ahead and play this a hard stop on HD. Because the market's so choppy, I don't want to get it back. Up 96% on Baidu. Thank you very much. Tesla needs to get out of that middle. That's the worst place to be. Whereas Baidu and Neo, oh, nothing like that. We got a Momo shooter on Baidu, going to add to it. You know, I want a green candle. I mean, I want a great candle. So. Now look on the 15, I don't see any of this stuff here. So I'm always going to look at 5 minutes, see exactly what price is doing. First target on Baidu is going to be 198.92, and then the wick 197. Got stopped at HD, so that's green, and then gap fill. Now let's look at the daily here. Roku's fixing to be short. It's actually short right this second on a Momo shoot to the downside. All right, let's look at it. We talked about this earlier before it happened. Pivots mark price expansion. Okay, do market. So price expanded, came back down, and look, if it comes down, breaks through, all right, retest it. So they try to go back higher and they couldn't. Now it's going down. Now this could be your swing, target being pivot low. All right, and then pivot low here. It can break through, only to look back up and go back through range again. All right, which is price expansion. Let me clear this. So it looks like that to start over. So price expansion does start over too on a micro level on the pivots. And also when you have major or minor support resistance lines too, on a 5 minute, price discovery starts over. And it's more important for stop placement than anything. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, if you want to catch that range and go back through, it's important for that. So I'm up 91% Baidu, up 98% on Neo. Got a couple ads on Baidu, got a couple ads on Neo, up 105% on Neo. So I mean, I actually took it a little bit early too. Amazon's still dying here. All right, VIX has got a big shooter or a big hammer coming up. QQQ short as well, guys. Let's see where they go. Baba's going to be short here. I got a pullback here. Stops at 251 and 60 cents. Tesla's short right now. We're going to target the bottom of the candle, the 3 candle. So, Tesla. Amazon's still short right now. Amazon is short for the scalp. Tesla target 672.80. It is smack in the middle, but it's more toward the bottom than it is the top. All right, shot breaks down here. We're going to scalp it again. The video is still short. Target bottom pivot on 15. Up 112% on Neo, 82% Baidu. VIX coming up. Amazon coming down. Next target's going to be. It's actually got a gap fill right here. The gap fills at 34.08, which is $10. So on the 5 minutes, if I get a break below 34.1790, I'm going to take it short. Neo up 116, Baidu up 70. Okay. Alert this. All right, stop still in place on Baidu. Neo. Stop on it. Here, let me show you exactly where it goes. It's not a number. It's on the closest support and resistance. All right, let me make this a setting. 1126. All right, stop. Your stop just, it's not a number, it's not a percentage. It goes on the closest support resistance level. So right now we're Neo short. And stops on your closest support resistance level. So in between these two candles here, you stop, and because price expands on these levels here, it's 10 cents above it. So you're short. So price can and does expand on these levels. So our stops here plus 10%, or not 10%, 10 cents, sorry. Now the more touches you can make, so if you can make 3 or 4 touches, the stronger it is. But when you first enter something, you want the stop to be as close as possible. On this level here, there's more resistance support than there is here. So this is gonna be a stronger stop than down here. So you gotta be able to train yourself to see the touches. Let me look at this. So here is a very strong resistance support level. Because you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touches. And if you expand it to the left, it touches a bunch of times over here. So this is stronger than these 2 touches here. Yeah. So your stop's not a number. And close to support or resistance level. Minus plus 10 cents. That's all you need. So 51, 54 plus 10 cents. So we gotta allow for expansion contraction to stay in these trends as long as possible. And if it breaks our stop, then we exit immediately. All right, we can always get back in it. Edge is doing Momo shoot at the downside here. HD is long again. I'm not in it anymore, but it's long on Momo hammer. All right, target on Etsy is 305. Etsy short right this second. Target's $3 away. Baba's still going down. All right, let's see the Baba. All right, price pushed up, came back down, we test the pivot. It is expanding a little bit. Next target on Baba, gonna stay on down is 221, the gap fill. Now, if it expand here and come on back down to 208 if it wants to, on a monthly overall, it is moving down. Now, this sitting on top of pivot high, which could be a retest and a bounce. It goes right back up to 319. But now it's going to push lower. But again, we got to be mindful too of this expansion contraction on the pivot. So even though it's breaking the low of the pivot, we got to be mindful of expansion here. So that's why I look at the lower time frames to kind of see exactly what price is doing here. Is it starting to slow down here in Pearl? So, you know, if you took and broke that one candle, you know, you look at the 5, 15, 30, whatever, and you see it pushing down, and all of a sudden it's starting to weaken, it could give you, it could tell you what might be happening here. Give you confirmation for expansion.
Jerry, a question for you. Do you look for this expansion as well on non-pivot support or resistance levels? You know, so if something's kind of just trading sideways for, you know, 2 or 3 candles and you see it's just, you know, level of support, when it goes to break that, do you give that 10-cent cushion as well or no?
Oh, yeah, same thing. Yeah, so I would treat it as a minor pivot.
Okay.
Because a pivot is any candle that has at least 2 down candles for a pivot high or 2 up candles for a pivot low. So, and a chop would be the same thing. Like if we're trying to break out on a pivot high or a pivot low, same thing. We'll give it an extra 10, 20 cents in that same area. Yeah.
So on AMD right now, on the 5 minute, that, there's some resistance there at like the 9170 or so. You wouldn't take that until it breaks back down to the downside until it was like, at least 9160.
Let's take a look here.
Sure.
On the 5 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. It's just right now it's chopping sideways. It's a compound inside candle. If you look at the 60, you can actually see that inside candle. But being able to train yourself to see it is better. But you're exactly right. So so let me draw it up. Okay. So right now this is just trading sideways here. There's the low, right? So this is basically just a 2 and a 1. So you wouldn't want to take it until it broke below this candle, hit the wick here, minus 10 cents, or it can even be 20 cents. You got to give a little bit more just in case it wants to wick out there, in case it wants to expand, because it's like the time, just like a regular breakout on a pivot, you get allowed for expansion protection here, just like it expands right here. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, so right now,
Jerry, a question if you got some time. Like Shopify, I know the spreads are really large on the options, even the ones like at the money. How do you trade those specifically?
I mark it in. If you ever happen to watch it when Shop hits a key area, the contract, they tighten up, and if you hit it at the right time, then the spread's usually between 40 and 60 cents if you hit it at the right place. So I want to be confident in the move. And a lot of times when I enter these things, they're instantly up. It's all about timing. I mean, you really have to know exactly when to hit this thing. But if you're just buying it in a random spot or you think it's going to move, then you're going to probably, you're probably going to catch the top of that spread. And if any moves down, it could go against you pretty quick. So not only you got to know the general direction of the move, but you got to time it just right. But I mark it in. Everything I do is a market. Unless the market's moving a little bit slow, I might join it, or I might buy the ask. But still, it's probably gonna be pretty close to market anyhow.
And I'm assuming when you sell, you join the ask.
Yeah, if it's coming up to, if there's some kind of pattern to it, if it's pretty smooth like today, you can't. But today I won't join the ask. Today I'm hitting the limit, so I'm trying to catch the top of the bid, or the top of the ask. I'm sorry. So if it gets close to my target, then I'll just put a limit sell on it. Yeah, so I'm just trying to keep above the limit price, because as soon as price goes against you, you've just given up the spread. And on Shop, that's dangerous.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So so as it goes in your direction, it's best to just catch, especially on days like this, 5 or 10% of it. Like you can't be today. You cannot be greedy on stuff. Like normally we can look for a bigger move, but on days like today, you can't. I mean, even if you pull 2% on Shop, then that's better than it going against you, and then you get up your spread and then you're down a lot. Yeah, on a bigger ticket, you got to be screwed for sure. There. HD still pumping here. See, HD is breaking at 60. So the longer consolidation of the break. So we see Tesla on the 60. It's been consolidating for 5 days. So when it breaks, it's gonna be a big move. It's huge. So HD consolidated for 2 days, and it has a pretty good break here. So 2, There's a 1. Which is a 2 over here somewhere. There's a 2-1. It breaks, it goes 2 again. And it goes inside now, it's breaking again.
Oh, this Clorox has got some momentum.
Clorox. Oh yeah, yeah. So targets pivot high, and just like Tesla, Clorox is chopping inside. I mean, it's just a compound inside bar, really tight range. You got to look at it too. So the ATRs 269 is moved to $1.45. So these candles look really nice here, but that's not a big move at all. That's it's a little bit over $1. So it looks really good, but. I think I was there day in the higher time period. Kind of weird. Yeah, pretty good. Every time it picked up here, it shot right back down. So you gotta be mindful of that. It's making lower highs. It's sitting right on the pivot.
That's what I was thinking. So on that daily chart, unless it breaks those wicks, there's really not much until that actually happens, correct?
Yeah, you really want to stay out of that, and that's that compound inside on the 60s. What you're saying. Now you could play it, but man, it's dangerous. And on a day that's already dangerous, on a day that's already choppy, I mean, we've got to look for just the best setups. Even the best setups. Man, I'm getting chopped up. So, like I said, you can't make money. You can. It's breaking the pivot on the 5, but you got to look at this range. It's pretty tight over here. So we're still a long signal. I don't trust it though. Breaking the pivot. It's after 11 o'clock. We know that they fail 80% of the time. The market's choppy as hell. So it can hit in here and expand and go right back down. Market is a garbage hole. I'm still in Neo and Baidu. I've not been kicked or anything yet. So let's see. I do like that big Momo hammer on Clorox. But all right, shot 2-2 back up. Market's gonna be pivot low. But it's still stuck right inside a bunch of wicks, so you can't really mess with it right now. Here in a second, we'll go around the neighborhood and see if we can't find some sweet guys there. So there's Clorox right there to see if it rejects. Doc used 2-2 up. Just went 2-2 up. Nice moving.
Look at Fang, Jerry, new high again.
HD still pushing here.
Corey, do you trade FANG even though it doesn't have weeklies?
Even though what?
It doesn't have weeklies?
Oh, I'll trade the stock.
Oh, you do? Okay, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Things
But I
look
mean,
good.
Again, you look at oil, oil's strong. I think they're just manipulating. I think all the oil stocks are gonna reverse if the oil price still stay high. Oil's up to $75 a barrel. It's up $1.40. I think this manipulation.
Thing, you gotta be careful with it. It's breaking that pivot, but again, it's after lunch and volume is decreasing. So we see it breaking that pivot here. Two minutes. So we'll look at the time left on the candle itself. Tesla's trying to come back up. Oh, here, I'm in FANG. I'm up 6% on FANG. I guess I did want to go up. If Baidu rejects the second time here, I'll cut it. So if it goes to make a lower low here, I'll cut it. Now it's pushing up here, but it's on low volume. All right, Nike's on the bottom scan. All right, Nike breaks 157.77 and be long. It's consolidating above pivot high. Yeah, I'm surprised this thing hasn't had a decent pullback yet. That's a big gap. If you look at Airbnb and Neo, same patterns basically. And also another thing that tells you the market's garbage is all the wicks, all the dojis. Microsoft stuck in a tight range here. All right, let's see their scans here. We'll find some nice one to play. Roku's trying to break back down here. Let's pull it up real quick. Come on, garbage. Roku's pretty smooth. It's not all choppy like that other stuff is. You should have hit Roku on that 60 if you go down. It's pretty smooth. The Roku moved $19. Shut shooter on the week. Boys can go all the way back down this big green candle. You come back at 361 if it wants to. So right off the bat, it's inside day. It made a lower high. Big red candle, boy. This thing could die. All right, but if you look at it, it's starting to curl. It's nice straight down to 60-30. It's starting to curl. It's losing the energy. Things up 11%. All right, Roku needs a break. 437.50. Zoom is reversing, Docu's trying to reverse. HD's going over. Tesla's trying to come inside up. Nobody's trying to push up. I just don't trust them. I just do not trust them. Let's look at Zoom right quick. I mean, the pattern's there. See Zoom? Down. The pull back to the upside, breaking through pivot low. So target would usually normally be the 395 pivot high. On the 5 minute, there's a pullback here and a push up. There's breaking high. So choppy though. I mean, trust it. So let's examine these. Tesla's fixing the long one across the high here. Neo's trying to 212 back up. Bar 212. All right, Zoom is long here. Keep a tight leash on it. Let's examine what happened. Pivot low. This pivot actually extends from over here for days. So you can see it's been, this is a relevant level here for days, maybe even a couple of weeks. Anyway, price expanded through this range here. So it came down, taking this stop out here. We see it start to expand back up. And yeah, they can expand and break through them. Our target, when it comes back, when it expands off these ranges here, is always going to be the pivot high overall. So it comes down, it starts to push back up. Now this is the 30-minute chart. If we look at the 5-minute chart, we'll see a pullback, a push up. Your entry would be when it takes the high, the PTO. Shop's trying to go long here. It's breaking through pivot low on the 15. All you would do is I usually pick a candle that's at least 25% above the base. So I would treat this the day as a one candle. And I'd want to see at least 25% off the base of that candle. So we got the 2-2 or the two, there was sort of reversal. But there's expansion on 30-minute. So each time you go lower, you can see deeper and deeper into that candle. So it was a 2-1-2 reversal. Like the upside, it didn't hit pivot low. It is pushing through. And on the 5-minute, we already see a pullback here. That's a confirmation of reversal. Still, we got to wait until here it's a certain level. Now, there's a bunch of candles here. Right, so that'd be a good spot. Entry confirmation. Or here. Further up you go, the more confirmation you get. This is long here now. This is long. But you're losing part of the move on the way up. So you're giving up part of the move for confirmation, which is a good thing. And the target's always going to be the pivot high. Or if you have some solid candles over here, if you have a couple good solid candles, those would be targets. Alrighty, here we
Hey, Jerry, can you take a look at Dash? I got a 2-1-2 on the 15 and it's breaking above a support pivot on the 5.
Yeah, it looks good. It's smack dab in the middle of the compound inside bar. It's testing the weekly though, so it needs to break through there. Right on the daily, it's chopping sideways, 4 hours chopping sideways, smack, right smack in the middle of it. And that push up retest on the 5 minute here. Boy, it's got a lot to get there. There's so many things stopping this thing. I don't know if I would trade it, to be honest with you.
All right, thanks for your input.
You're welcome. I'm sorry. HD got a moment here trying to come back up. You keep an eye on Neo because now we can catch him back to the upside. Same thing with Baidu. I've got hard stops on Neo and Baidu. Now Neo, you know, it's coming up to this pivot. It can expand through it and then reject and come back down. So you keep an eye on that. So there's a couple things here to take note of. All right, I'll show you, especially days like today. T12, it's a reversal pattern on the upside. You can enter it when it crosses here, all right, because this is support and resistance. All right, it's 25% off the base, so this is one candle here. 25% is actually around 50%, which is better. It pulls down, here's your pullback the upside. It actually chops sideways here, so you take it when it takes the break even, or here. Targets only, they're going to be the pivot. All right, so as you get close to pivot, you'd be selling it. All right. If it's strong enough to push on through here, it's best to sell as it gets up to it. And then wait on a push through this, a retest. Take it as it breaks the high of the retest. And then you're going to target pivot high here. Now, sometimes when they retest, they'll wick through a little bit and then go higher. This is your entry. Sometimes they'll touch it exactly and then go. Sometimes it'll be a strong trend if only when you come close to touching and go higher. Your entry is always going to be the high before the pullback. All right. But as it comes up, the reason we want to target these areas, we want to sell into. In this case, you can join the ask, but you got to be selling before you get to it. And I would actually, instead of targeting a pivot, I would target this area here. And the reason being, there's a bunch of touches here. It's pretty good. That's a lot of resistance right here. All right. So I would target that before I did the pivot. So first target, second target. And you want to sell. On this ticker, since it's so small, you could start selling 10 to 20 cents before it gets to this area here. Because what can happen is, it's a pretty good trend here. Pull back, retest, and then go on down. Because if you took and made this is one candle here. All right. So in the bigger picture, this is just a pullback here to the downside. When you look at it. So we'll take it from the top to the high to the base, to the lowest low on the day, to the low. All right, this pullback's right at 38.2%. So it lines up. It's not lining up with the pivot. It's lining up right with where our target was. So you don't necessarily need to know how to use these, the fib levels is not important, but right here's that support, and you see it. Right there. That's why you'd be selling to that target there. Not because of the fib level, just because there's major support resistance on that level. Baidu's reversing here. It's an area of interest. And if this is one candle here, there's roughly 25% right here of the candle. And that's important for going back through range too. So to take this thing back through range, you don't really want to take it unless price is at least 25% above the base. And to take it short, you want it 25% below the top. That's what we do on the big solid candles on the higher time frames. That's the rules. We'll keep you out of trouble. So right now, came down, pushed up, chopped sideways, right? So it's just a 2, a 1. It breaks up, it's a 2. And now it's inside again, it's a 1. Now it's either gonna push up or down. So it's just a 2, 1, 2 continuation, 2, 1, 2, and it could be a reversal or continuation here. This garbage. All right. So we need to keep an eye on Airbnb. Oh shit, Zoom's getting close to target here. So Zoom did reverse. And TOS is such a garbage piece of, they didn't let me know. So Zoom is long here. Target's 390. So if, and there's always gonna be one that leads the pack and one that lags. So far Zoom's leading the pack for reversals. So we'll watch others for this 2-2 or 2-1-2 dream back up to the upside. So right now, if you look at Airbnb, there's a 2-1-2 on a 15er, 25% above the base of this candle here. If it was to draw a single candle. All right, so all it did was on the 30, it came up, retested the pivot. Now it's trying to push back up. All right, it could go back red to green and continue pushing back through the daily. That's we'll see a really nice move. So, let me see. If you want to take it long when it breaks above 154.05. Right. And same thing with NEO right now. It's trying to do that reversal, but we need confirmation. There's major, so those pivots are major support resistance. So keep an eye on it. Etsy's trying to reverse. You gotta see how far away the pivot is. All right, Etsy's trying to reverse here, and you see here it's got $3 back to the pivot. So we're going to be looking to take this thing long when it crosses 230 cents. All right, target's going to be pivot 1, the closest support resistance to it. And I'll show you. And that's right on top of this level here. And then once more touches here, plus point control sitting there too. So when it gets to 209.90, 209.80, you will be selling this thing. Julian asks, as it pushes up to the target. And right now, it'll be long when it hits 227. Baba. Things at 21% still. Still in, Baba. So we're looking to take it for a big move here. Support resistance. Now, what I want to happen, I mean, it will. Push. Comes up, it breaks through it. Chopping sideways. What I want to do is take and touch it, retest, and come on back down. Right now, what we have is a 2 and a 1. All chop. Same thing, you could have done this with this thing. Support resistance. It came down, reversed here. You could have took it for a scalp here. You got to always know how much room from this point to pivot or the major or minor support resistance level. Right. So every time frame is its own pullback. So let's look at NEO right quick. I'm still in NEO. So retest is confirmation for the downtrend. We'll add it to it on the way down. So pushes down, bounces on the pivot, breaks through. Now, as this comes up, you could take it here, the long side, and your target would be here. We want to see a bounce off this level. And that's the goal. So we can catch a bigger move down. Same chop sideways here, breaks down, comes back up, so it pulls back to the upside. It's filled to make a higher high. Come back down. This green candle here says it all. It's $1 million candle. So it's either going to pull back here and go short. So it's going to pull back and go lower. Target again would be support here and then pivot. But I want it to break through this. So looks like this. All right, Zoom goes red to green to be longer, add to it. Let's watch, let's keep an eye on this.
NVIDIA is ripping up again.
Yeah.
Off that bounce there to the low, about 801 something.
Good. She's definitely coming up. Just don't trust the damn thing. All right, so Baidu got to pull back to the upside here. And what's she gonna do here? Very bullish. The video's like inside 60. I just don't trust there, man. That point of control is lined up right with this right here. So all these candle wicks. If you drew a line through there, it would touch up almost exactly right. You want to see a break above this level here, and you can take it on a pullback the upside target 811 and then 818. So Baidu's long. The target's not that far away. That's not a problem. Okay. And if you set a trail stop for $1 or for a penny and use up $10, you have to keep in mind that spread. So if it kicks you out and it's pulling back or pulling down, you automatically lost the spread. It's best if it's pushing up and then pulls back just a little bit and stuff like that. So the spread was probably 10 cents on it. So look up the ticker in and see what the spread was on it. Okay. When I'm using the trail stops, the 1 cent trail stops, it's when the ticker is usually ripping up. And as long as it's pushing up pretty good, then you'll actually catch gamma spikes on those. But the key is price is pushing up very quickly. Oh yeah. Yeah, so. All right, so say I was gonna take Baidu. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do another lesson on contracts at 12:11. All right, so how I decided to get the options. Of course, you always want to buy at the money if you can. All right, it gives you the best risk reward. Your delta is going to be higher. All right, so it depends on the time of the week. I always try to buy weeklies that expire on Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you don't have to worry about data so much, and data's time decay. But Thursday after lunch, you want to start buying calls or puts for next week because time decay. So after lunch, or say 11 o'clock, if price is slowly trading, if it's going sideways even, you could actually start losing money. And that's a lot. That's very important. It comes Friday. And so Thursday, if you're scalping something like Shop or Amazon, it's got potential to make a big move. Then you can buy 0 DTE, and you might want to buy a little bit deeper in the money. So come Friday morning, and it's 0 DTE in the first hour of the day, it's okay to buy them because price can move a lot in just a short span of time. So you can buy at the money or in the money. Never buy out of the money ever. And as the day progresses, after 10 o'clock, you want to start buying next week expiration because you're working against time decay. And if the price is moving up slowly, you could still be negative. And what happened to me one time is I bought 0DTE Tesla at the money. It moved a total of $12 in just a few hours, but I ended up being negative still because of data. It was burning the contract up. So if you're new to options, the left side's calls, the right side's for puts. So puts is you think that the stock's going to go down in price, and calls is you think the price is going to go up. The purple here, these are in the money calls. The one right below the purple and the black is at the money. Let me draw it up here. So this in the money. This one call here is at the money. And all this stuff here is out of the money. So you have to be mindful of delta too. Here. So at the money is the best R to R. You gotta look at price and return. So if this ticker moves, if you bought at the money, if the ticker moves $1, make 46. Now, if you bought out of the money, 3 or 4, well, first off, you're gonna get a cheaper price on it, but the delta's gonna be hardly nothing. So 6 cents out of the money, 3 or 4 out of the money, it's no good. All right, so if this ticker moved $10, you bought at the money, make 460, and it would actually increase because as you get in the money, delta increases. So we'll just say the ticker moved $10, you make 460. Now, if it moved $10 and you bought out of the money calls, you'll make 60. Big difference. Big difference. Yeah, you're saving money on the contract. The contract's cheaper, but you've just given up a lot of money. Now, on some of the tickers that are very expensive, you can buy out of the money calls as long as it has the potential to move a lot. So if you're going to buy out of the money, at least try to get 30-cent delta. You know, so it could be 26, 27, 28, but stick with at least 30-cent delta, and it gives you the best risk reward. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at the money's fine. It's great. Thursday at the money's fine. After 10 o'clock, after 11, start buying next week's. Okay, buy next week's calls or puts because you don't have to worry about theta, the time decay. All right, and then come Friday, the first hour you can buy at the money. You can even buy it deeper in the money. So after 10:30 on Friday, you want to buy next week's calls, next week's options, so you don't have to worry about theta. That way, if the price does chop or move up slowly, you can still take full advantage of the delta. Now, after 10:30, if we're scalping something and it's, you know, there's a lot of volume or it's pushing up quite a bit, you can buy, like if I like scalping shop on Amazon. So on Friday, the calls are very cheap, the puts are cheap, and, you know, in one move, one candle can be $5. So on a move can be $10. So what I do is I buy 0DTE, but I buy it deep in the money. Like I'm talking 90 cent plus delta. So, you know, 96, 97. I'm going to buy deep in the money. That way, you know, if it moves $5 at 90 cent delta, that's $450. Okay. I don't have to be in it long. I mean, I can be in it for a couple minutes and be in and out. So you can buy 0DTE, but the ticker you trade needs to move a lot and moves it quickly, and also buy deep in the money. The only time you should buy an out of the money call or put is if you're swinging a month or more. There's no other time that you should ever buy out of the money calls ever. Unless it's just so high and you can't purchase it. Your account size don't allow for it, then at least get 30-cent delta. And also, you know, there's Lotto Fridays where these calls are really cheap on the only one that are highly priced. But the thing you got to remember is you can make a lot of money with it, but you can also lose a lot of money. So you have to be really careful what you're doing. So you can make a lot of money on Friday. You can give it so you can give all your earnings back for the week on Friday too. So be very careful with it. And let's see here. I think that's about it. Right. Okay, here's another thing. Also, if you join the Discord and the resources, there's some videos there by Carmine Rosota, and he'll show you exactly how to set up your active trader so you can execute trades extremely quick. Roku short right here, guys. And Baidu's coming back down too. Let me a lower high. Baidu short target's gonna be pivot low 199.68. So say I wanted to take Baidu short right now. I'll come in here. I'll pick this option here. So right here, that's at the money. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna right click it. I'm gonna send it to Yellow Tab. And that sends it straight to Active Trader.
Hey, Jerry, while you're doing that, what's that field you have next to volume?
What's that?
What's the field name you have next to that volume? It goes open, volume, and then
Theta.
something. What's that?
I think it's theta.
No, because theta would be negative. Because you should have theta on your thing.
Yeah,
Could
I
be
said that.
theoretical price.
Yeah.
Both theoretical price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you should put theta on that, Jerry. Then you see what the decay is each time.
I got
predict
theta on there.
the option.
I got theta on there. It's right here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You don't keep
Not
gamma
also
on there?
during the market, but pre-market, if you
Nah.
wanted to know what that option would theoretically be valued at, that's what.
Yeah, that's a good one. But the other person, you don't need gamma. The only two you need there is theta and delta. Those are the two drivers.
IV. You also need IV.
Yeah,
That's-
and IV. I agree.
Because if your IV is huge, you might get killed on an IV drop, right? So
No, I agree. But we usually put IV and then historical IV.
Not so much historical IV, because remember, most of you are scalping, right? So
Yeah.
you're now.
But I put it on there just seeing how much is it juiced up relative to the past.
How you been, AVP? I haven't heard from you in a while. You okay? AVP? How are you doing?
But you might want to finish, sorry, Jerry, showing people you're going to go to Active Trader and you're going to show them.
Yeah. So you just right click it and send it to Active Trader. Also, you can make a watch list, name it options, send it to options. If you do that, you right click it, add to watch list options. This option list is clicked to, it's linked to Active Trader using the Yellow Tab. So after you right click it, you send it to Active Trader. Or just click charts, and the contract is sitting right here. So you can execute pretty fast, and you can actually make templates. Here with stops or limits or whatever you want to do. And cancels the other. In case you want to leave a runner or something in there. That's pretty much it. makes it quick to execute. Also, when I'm in something, I'll take and as soon as I enter something, I'll immediately put a limit in. So whatever price I pay for the contract, I'll usually add 40, 50 bucks to it. If it's it depends on the price really. On Neo or something like that, I might start at 20.
Are you good?
I'll grab it and start to trail it up.
Are you good, Jerry, at reading the tape on level 2?
I'm pretty good at it, but I don't think it's necessary, because what they can do is you'll see a big order come up, and as soon as it goes to execute, they'll kill it. There's a lot of manipulation there. I mostly look at it to see where most of the buyers are at, or if there's more people stacked on the ask, it could drive price up. If there's more stacked on the bid, price could come down. So that's what I'm usually looking at is, are they buying or selling it? And then I look for any kind of spikes in the price, especially on these bigger tickers, because a lot of times, I'll see price jump up, right, as it gets to a key area, and I want to sell it at the top of that ask, so there'll be an order for 201 and 203 and 208. As they start to fill, and there's a bunch of people on the ask, I'll set a limit, 5 cents and below it. And since these are in queue, I'll get filled next. So when you see these things, like there's 5 on here, 3. Well, there's a queue. So the first person in, the first person that gets sold, and they have to sell in the order they received. So if all of a sudden you see at this price here, there's 150 people there. Well, the first people in is the first one sold. So after 150, another 20 comes in. Those 150 have to sell before yours gets sold. So there's a queue. And it basically, that's what drives the price of these stickers up, is a queue to buy and sell, and who's in control. There's a pretty good video. I need to get that video and stick it in resources. But it tells you how it prices, how it aggregates really. It's important to know. There's a queue to it, and they've got a big bot and sold. And, when there's more on the ask, it drives the price up, and there's more on the bid, it drives the price down. I hope you ask.
Jerry, I've had it before where I was first in the queue, and then someone moved their stuff like 150 options and put it in, and they sold theirs before they sold mine, and I was, literally sold one in that spot.
So yours was 150. Was there 150 above you or below you?
No, I was, when I was selling it, it came up to that level, and literally I was the only person in there in that queue. Someone lowered theirs from above back into mine, and they sold all theirs before mine, and I didn't get mine sold.
So say you was at like 201.
Market makers can position themselves in front of you and jump you, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why
you see, you're seeing level 2. There's a level 3 as well. You don't get to see that, right? And sometimes they'll front run you by like a micro penny, right?
A penny, yeah, less than a penny,
and jump you.
Yep. So if you're in there and you got 1,000 you're trying to get rid of, well, that guy, he'll come in there for 0.025 of a penny and get filled instantly, or sell instantly. And that's why, if you're selling a bunch, it's not a good idea to sit on there till you're ready to sell it, because they can see it. They'll see your order where it's stacked at. Just like we can see other orders.
So level 3 is a level that has more decimals, or that has more power than 2?
Well, level 3, you and I can never see. It's institutions and market makers, right? Mostly market makers, right? So market makers will always front run your order.
So like, let's say I'm selling something at $1.59, and they got 1,000 at $1.60. I tried to sell it, and I'm the only one. They'll slide it down, and I never got mine sold. And here I was in there before them.
Yeah, well, that's because they're cheaper. Like if you're gonna go to the store and you got 2 products exactly the same, which one are you gonna buy first?
So
about the cheaper ones?
let me give you the cold hard truth, right? So let's say they know that you're at 159. Let's say they're at 160. They'll cancel that 160 and put it at, I don't know if they can do decimals, right? But some stocks, they'll have that. They'll slide it right in front of you. Does that make sense? So they
Yeah,
get
yeah.
first. Now, they might have had 1,000 contracts and they might only have filled 600 of them. Does that make sense? You don't know that because you're never going to see that. Does that make sense? So you're like, I didn't get filled. They might not have gotten their entire fill yet, right? So their order's still sitting there, right? That's why you're not getting filled, because anything that's coming through is through them. And it could be a dark pool order that shows up later on.
Oh, I see. So in essence, it's sort of like waiting in a line at a queue at a bank and someone cuts in front of you.
No. A better example is you go to a hotel and you're ready to check in, okay? Or you're at the airport and you're ready to check in at the terminal, and all of a sudden a preferred member comes and the lights out the fucking door, but they get to just slip in and just walk right in front. It's like that.
Yeah, great analogy. Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Yeah. Now, sometimes they'll stack orders on the level 2 so you can see it. And then right before it queues, they'll cut it. They're trying to trick you and stuff to say where you're at.
So I'll give
Yeah,
you
ever
an example. I'll give you an
Ever
example.
since they went to free trading, I mean, even before it was SPY was like a penny or Qs. Now they got sometimes 4 cents.
The video's long here, guys.
So I'll give you an example. A while back, there was, I'm talking 3-4 years ago, I was looking at the level 2 chains on Facebook for a particular at the money contract, and somebody wanted to buy 5,000 of those contracts, okay? All I did all day long, okay, was pick it up a nickel before it, okay, and sold it to them at their price, right? So I front run the order, okay, and then buy it before them and sell it to them, and I made 10 cents, a nickel, but I was doing 50 contracts at a time, right? And it was almost arbitrage, right? So this is what the market makers are doing to you guys, right? They go, okay, it's just not your order. There's hundreds of orders. They go, oh, somebody wants to do it here. They'll buy it right before you buy it, and as soon as they have a buy, they get filled on their buy. They have a sell order at your price, and then they pick up the very small change, but they do it hundreds of thousands of times, and that's how they make all that money.
Yeah, good analogy. Yeah, so that's why they're giving you free commissions, because they're probably selling the data to those people, and those people now can front run it and make that money off that micro difference.
Exactly, yeah. Because they got algos and everything else to do that, man. I mean, they could do it in a blink of an eye. And plus, if they know where everybody's buying, they could short them. Yeah, when I was talking about options a few minutes ago, contracts, I was just setting it up. I was just making a soundbite, a small video, so we can post it later in the YouTube. So we're just gonna make like small videos as well, to if anybody's interested in it, or they have a question, we can send them to the YouTube channel to look at the tips. So that's all I was doing.
No, Jared, the you posted yesterday, they were great.
Thank you so much. I do them every day. There's so many little nuances and tips and stuff. I mean, you can do them every single day of the year. There's a lot. There's a lot of nuts and bolts to this thing, man. Even as small as the entry. Your timing is so important. Exactly where you enter and exit these contracts. It makes a difference between being red and green. Like a lot of times when I enter these contracts, they'll be green instant. It's the weirdest thing, but it happens. And it's got to do with timing. But there's just so many different things.
Sometimes I'll try to do a market order and it says that the market is too volatile to let me do that.
What? That's great. On TOS?
Oh no, on Webull, it says the
Oh.
market is too volatile. We can't do this. You have to set a limit.
Okay, well, that
As long as they
means that
follow
the
your order
spread
flow.
is so wide, you get hurt.
They send it to a specific institution that processes your order. So if it's too volatile, they can't keep up with it. So they can't actually process that order on Webull or Robinhood.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then. All right.
So you're playing at a disadvantage. I would advise you to move from that platform to something else.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
learning TOS at the moment, but yeah.
Yeah. I would go straight to TOS and then go to direct routing. So anybody that doesn't do direct routing on TOS, it's very easy to do. And I highly encourage you to do it. So what you do is you go to tdameritrade.com, log in, you go to client services. I think it's general after that. Anyway, in the very bottom right hand corner, you'll see direct routing and it's disabled. And if you click on it, you can enable it. And what it does is it sends it straight through the, what was it called? Someone help me out. It sends it straight to, I guess, a brokerage or to the stock exchange. I'm not sure. But it really shaves off a few seconds on it.
Yeah, is that still in Discord? I think someone had it written in Discord there, Jerry. Is it still in there?
I think so. Where does it send it to, Corey? Instead of going through the website, it goes directly to where?
Well, before it was going, yeah, it goes straight to the best person of the, whoever does the buying on it.
Yeah,
Yeah. Go down that level 2 that you just had a second ago on Baidu or whatever. Doesn't matter. Your level 2 on your active trader, I forget what word it's called on your active trader. Right there. Do you see that there's the exchange? It goes to exchange. Like there's an NQ, all that. Those are all the exchanges.
Yeah. So it goes to the fastest one.
Yeah. The exchange.
Amazon's fixing to be short here, guys. Amazon's fixing to be short. As soon as it goes red, target's gonna be $3,400. And HD's trying to 2-2 back up.
I tell you that FANG is really going, Jerry.
Holy shit!
That was a good one I gave you.
Look at that. Oh, I'm up 32% on FANG. Yeah, that's a nice call.
I don't see no junk, Jerry.
Yeah, that's a great call, man. Say, look, yeah, dang, it's breaking again. Let's add to it. So FANG's long again here.
I was on your Bob scan today too, this morning.
Oh yeah, it's still sitting right there. Yeah, right on the second one from the top.
Another one that's getting ready to go in the same family is EOG. EOG.
Yeah, that was up there too.
Yep.
Yeah, that Bob scan, the 10% scan. I mean, those two scans are money, man. Amazon's fixing to go. Bob was trying to break back down. Amazon's short here. It's got a gap fill right here. It gap fills at 34.07. So about $7-8 away. And it could come all the way down to pivot low on the 60. Amazon's short. Let's look at Baba. Baba's compound inside on the 5-minute here. If you look on the 60, it's just a 2 down inside. It's marked at a 212. We got married out. So we did break through the daily pivot, and we're going to be targeting 208.23. Right, but it takes some time to get there. Amazon's short here if you're not in it, guys. It's gap filling at the moment. Also, let's take a look at HD right quick. So HD still strong here. If you look at the 15-minute, it's a 2-2 back up, and it wants to come up to 321. The PMG's back up. So there's a 2-2, right? Strong because it's bouncing right off the. It's a break and a retest to the 15 and the 30. So it comes down to it to a penny. This could be a strategy here in itself. It breaks through, retest, gone. Where's the target? Gonna be here, 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 into the new highs. So it's long right now. We're gonna target these wicks. All right. All right, Neo's trying to come down. I'm still in Neo. But there's still most of them at the top. And I kept a couple. Let's see if it'll break back down through here. I'm playing house money. Same thing with Badu. It's just trying to come back down. So it's 2 compound 1 on the bottom, the lower 25%. So it's just the opposite of HD. HD's in the top 25% to the upside. We're looking for Etsy to break the downside. And Neo looks exactly the same, and just like Baba does. Baba's breaking this second. Looks like it's leading the pack. So Baba breaks here, we get a clear break. We got a 2-1-2 continuation measured move. All right, it's good for $3. All right, and look, VIX finally broke that pivot on the 60 to the downside, so that's a good. Neo. If you look at the pattern on the 15, it's all the same. Let me bring this up. Same pattern. This is, you know, if we're not trading breaks after 11, we're trading these 2-2s back through. So here, price comes down, chops, retest, down. All right, we're waiting on. Target's going to be here. All right, and then new lows. And we can target the pivot here and the pivot here. All right, that's Neo. Baba. Baba's short right this second, same pattern. There's always going to be a leader and a lagger. Price comes down, it pulls up. So it's a stronger down trend here because it didn't retrace back up. It didn't retrace the pivot. All right, pulls down, pulls back, down. It's short when it crosses the candle wick here. You could also take this on a lower time frame, the 5-minute, the 2-2, and target this. So you'd be selling as you got to this target. Also, do we look at Etsy? It's the same thing. Same pattern. So it's just the same pattern. So this is just another strategy here. Price comes up, retest it strong, right? You take a retest, take it short here, chop sideways, right? Which is just this 2-2. Right. So you could take this as it comes down, 5-minute confirmation, pull back to the downside, you target this candle here. All right. Now we're waiting, since this move here to here is not much, $1 or so, maybe $2. We're gonna wait on a break of this candle wick here. All right, at that point we'll take it short. Now HD, it works both ways. HD, same pattern, the upside. All right, so these 2-2s back through range work better after 11 than the breaks. And in reality, this is a break, but what you can do is take it on a retest, confirmation that it's strong. All right, you would take it with a pullback here on a 5-minute, the upside. You take it with target being the high. All right, so you can take this 2-2 down here. Take the 2-2 down here with a pullback to the upside on the 5-minute. Target's going to be the high. All right, so HD is long at the moment for these targets here. And then you would exit as you got close. You know, you'd want to exit as it got to this support here or resistance. Then you'd wait on a break and confirmation to take it long again. You would take it when it broke the TTO here. It's the same pattern over and over and over. And that pattern, it plays on every time frame, the 5, 15, 30, 60, daily, weekly, monthly. It's all the same. I don't think it separates them this time. So let's see. Got Neo, Violet, AC's pushing up, AC's coming down. Zoom. Now the pattern on Zoom is not as clear, and I'll show you why it's not. It's because this is really one candle on a day. So if you combine all these, this is one candle, and currently the price is right in the middle of it. So we can trade the compound inside bars with direction. Being in the middle, right in the middle of the bar is not good. You want a direction to the upside, target the high, or you want a pattern to the downside. So, right now it came up, pushing down. Now, if it'll hold, if it works down a little bit and comes back up, and we have a pullback to the upside, you could possibly play this if there's enough money in there. All right, so there's $3 in there, you can play it and scalp it. Now it's better if it comes up and retest this support here and pushes up and we test this. So it looks like this. Come up, retest pivot low, comes in here, breaks that, enter, around the pullback, take it long to here, to the high. And same thing for the bottom. So if it comes down, we got pullback, it retest pivot low. We would take it and it crosses the high for the pullback to the downside, and the target would be down here. So we work for confirmation on direction. The small TTOs, we can play those. So on choppy days, that's how we make our money. TTO
Is that a fib retracement level, the 3 green candles? It looks like it'd be 60%.
Oh, right here? Yeah, it's right 50%. Yeah. So let me clear this out of the way. We'll see. So top of the candle, it's a daily candle. Bottom of the candle. Retracement 61, a little bit over 61, maybe 62%. In a strong trend, it'd be less. It'd be, 50% to 30% retracement. Yeah, but I try not to bring up the fibs too much. I think it's more important to remember the 25% than anything, because it just adds another layer that you have to worry about and understand. And to use a fib, you gotta know how to use it like the right way. There's a right way and a wrong way to use it. Because you get a mark from relevant highs and lows. But it's the same pattern. on micro scale. So it's a 2. It goes inside. It breaks, comes back up. Now it's trying to come back up. And, we look on the 30, it's a chop, and that's why the market's acting the way it is right now. It's just we're in a chop inside of a chop. And that's why it's so crappy right now. All right, Neo's trying to break down. Neo comes on back down here. I'm up behind 30%. I'll add to it on this break. So I'll get my size back up again. Badu's coming down. So we need Neo to break here, otherwise it's going to expand and come back up through range. If it does, if Neo comes back up and touches 51.25, I'll cut my entire position. Because of the 2 rule. All right, we're close to expansion here. Let me bring this up. So I don't really go through definitely twice. Now, the first time I wanted to pull back to catch a larger move because the price action was semi-smooth. All right, let me pull up these. All right, it's price expansion. Now, it came up, there was a pivot high here. So price came down, came up and retested it, didn't get close, and it came back down. There's first pullback on a 5-minute, second, third, hopefully it goes through. If it comes back up here, it makes a higher high on this candle. I'll probably cut it. Now, support, resistance is on this level here, plus 10 cents. And on this ticker here, you don't even have to give it 10 cents because it's so small. So let me go ahead and get this thing ready. I'm putting a hard stop in. There she goes. Now it needs to break the low here. If it breaks the low, I'll add to it. I'd like to get about 200% out of it. While this is going on here, let's look at Baidu. Because I still got some in Baidu as well. And Baidu is short right now. If you want to scalp it, target is the pivot low. And it's about $2. All right. So it come up and retest it. Look, it's looking just like Neo right now. All right. So it looks like this. It comes down. There's the pivot low. There's your confirmation for reversal of trend. It gets close to testing. There's your first pullback, second pullback. You will take it short when it crosses this one for a scalp to here. All right. Now, these 2 candles, there's more support than there is at other areas. And there's more support here than there is here. So there's 4 touches here as opposed to 2 here. So you want to keep that eye on major levels of support resistance on the way down because price can react to this. All right. Here. Very strong, a little strong. Neo's flush. I'm adding to Neo here. See if we can't get the size back up. Back up 142. Things up 50%. Thank you, Corey. My guy. Baidu up currently 46.24%. Things kicking butt and taking names.
Baba, can you look at Baba real quick?
Yeah, Baba's short. Yeah. Yeah, Baba's short right now. Yeah, same thing, same pattern as Neo. Yeah, Baba's short. So there's a break, retest the 5-minute, she's gone. Yeah, there's a gap fill. Your first target's going to be 221.22, and then 219.45, and then gap fill 218.37. Now, if you look at it on this 60, it's a 212 continuation measured move. It says a measured move here. It's $3 wide. So we can expect to see at least 219 of this. And that brings us right up to the top of the wick for the gap. So we always gotta put it in account for this. So let me show you. On a 30-minute here. Up 53%. Up 150%. Red thing. Up 47% thing. All right. When we're doing the gap downs or gap fills on anything, it's important. Price actually gaps or fills the gap when it gets to here. To that candle. But when you're doing the gap fills, you gotta be mindful of any wick sticking above this. Because it could come and touch this candle here in reverse. So that could act as support. Same thing with this one. And this one. So you gotta be mindful of these things right here. Because they'll take it right to this wick here and then come back up. So any areas that could be a problem, you want to be paying attention to it. Here's one turn side. I'm setting a pretty good stop on Neo. Things up 52.6. Body's up 50. Hopefully we get another rejection on Neo and it flushes again. They was choppy.
Is there any insight that you could give about NVIDIA this morning? I know it was really choppy, but I lost my
At a Neo. NVIDIA.
Like 4 times. So it pulled back, I cut it. Then it looked like it wanted to start going up and it was a really pretty move. So I got back in and then it pulled back hard and I bought puts on it and then it bounced. So I covered it and then it started going down again and I just got chopped up all day. I wonder if there's anything I could do better.
You know, to be honest with you, no. This morning was absolutely just garbage. And there was really no rhyme or reason to it. It was just so volatile. The only thing you could do is just reduce the profit size. So when it
one rule to follow, one major rule that I follow, because I trade high dollar tickers like Roku and NVIDIA, I always stop trading it if I lose twice in a row, because then you're just going to revenge trade and it's going to keep on getting worse. Like you said,
that is exactly what I started doing.
Yeah. You just want to, if you have to cut it after twice. I mean, seriously, if you even try the third time, you're going to lose 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Just stop after 2 losses in the same ticker, because you will fight it and lose every time because your emotions take over and you got to keep emotions out of it.
I agree with you 100%. Yeah.
Yep. That's how, like on Roku, I mean, I trade it and I I mean, I lost early on and when I was trading it like 60 days ago, and now I've been green on Roku 34 out of 35 days because I know how it trades. But if I lost twice in a row in Roku early on, I just started cutting it because it would eat me alive. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, this morning, there's really not much you can do. I mean, it's like you said, you get stopped at a ticker twice, just cut it, just, move to the next or something. But it happened across the board. It wasn't just with NVIDIA, the whole entire market did that. I'm sure there's some that was smooth, but pretty rough. They did make some decent moves, but you just had to be quick. And even then, sometimes it's not enough.
So something else that helps too is always before you take the trade, look at like SPY. SPY's trading in a range today about $1.25, and the Q's about 3. That's a tight range. So that's why it's just everything's chopping up, down, up, down, up, down. It's just a tight range.
Yeah. Yeah, and then if you look too on the 60 on these things, I mean, it's just a compound inside bar, and they're super tight. And you look at Tesla, I mean, we're trading inside that. I'm all out of Neo. Bang, back down to 47%. Let's take a look at it. After I get in the money, I do use a hard stop. Baba's still coming down slowly. It's slow. Zoom rolled over. It's coming down just as fast as it went up this morning. So, and if you look on the 60, it's just a really tight range. It's like on the 30 here. So your best bet is on these tight consolidations is not to mess with them till they break major pivot. It's just to stay out of them altogether. Nike pushed up. Now it's consolidating in a pretty tight range here. About an 80-cent range. Tell you what, I like this short Nike. But it's too strong right now. All right, let's look at some other stuff. I'm sure there's some nice tickers up here somewhere. LB push up this morning, chop sideways. dollar move ain't worth even looking at. Look, Morse's got a pretty nice move on it. It's just small. 2-2 targets 101. We'll get there, probably will. It's not worth it. Mason will there. Look at some Momo styles. See that, Ricky. You.
Another thought that sometimes I try and do is if you look at NVIDIA when you are trading it, if you take the high of the day to the low of the day, where are we sitting at? We're sitting right in the middle of it. So there's no win there.
Exactly. Yeah, you get so chopped up. So not only is it compound inside, it's inside. Shop trying to come down. Amazon's still pushing here. Still in Amazon. Let's see if they come on down. Shop short here. So we can't scalp it for a few bucks.
Yeah, the NVIDIA being in the middle of the big bar is what made me ask Jerry, because he said that about a different symbol, and I looked at NVIDIA and I was like, oh, it's in the middle of a big bar.
Yeah, you have to be so much. And
Well, another thing happened is a lot of times put VWAP on your chart. And if you look at NVIDIA, and listen, I'm not dare criticize, I'm telling you just the mistakes I've made. All right.
Yeah.
So look at NVIDIA, put VWAP there and look at it. That VWAP line's as flat as can be. So there's no winning. That one or any other ticker, almost all the tickers are all flat VWAPs.
What time frame do you put your VWAP on?
You can put on any time frame. It's the same as long as it's less than a daily. But I put it on, I got it on a 30-minute and a 5-minute. And you can just see it, it's just flat. That'll get you out of trouble. If you're trying to go long, it's best, having it, the price above VWAP and below. But if you watch most of the time, most of these stocks been hitting VWAP. Look at Apple. Apple came up, on the 15, boom, hit VWAP and reversed.
So do you put VWAP Boulevard or VWAP previous day and average? Or is it a different-
I just take the one that's on toss, just VWAP.
Okay.
And then you get rid of I only keep VWAP. I don't do the plus and minus 2. I just flat VWAP. I don't use the the range that they have like a Bollinger Band.
Okay.
I eliminate
I had eliminate them. Okay. I had to take the VWAP off that somebody shared because it was thrown off on my charts.
Well, if you don't use pre-market, you're okay. And then I use a dashed line. If you use a sorrow line, it sort of messes up your stuff first thing when the market opens in the morning. So if I use a dashed line, it doesn't, you destroy anything, but don't use pre-market.
Okay.
Yeah, eliminate pre-market because that's going to mess up a lot of your stuff. You want to have your candles all coming, at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah. I don't have pre-market on any of my charts. So I put just plain VWAP on there and it kind of looks like Bollinger Bands.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Then take off the stuff to the right. It says the plus and minus 2. Just click off, don't plot it. The stuff to the right of it when you go to the thing.
Studies.
Let me open mine up. So if you go to VWAP and you can do it 2 ways. So where it says upper band and lower band, click off, show plot, get rid of it.
Okay.
Yeah, get rid of that. And then you just, and remember VWAP is a live, trade. Meaning it's not delayed. It's volume weighted average price.
Okay. I just made the pink line thicker. You said turned it into a dashed line?
Yeah, so if you go to it also, you click where it says draw
Style?
as, and go
Okay,
down to where it has some of those little dashed lines. Just choose one of those.
okay,
Right. I like it because like I say, then in the morning, it doesn't disturb, you know, any of my chart. Before it starts off in the morning and it sort of blocks your first candle.
okay.
And just experience.
I might change it to a different paint because Jerry's, I forget what it is, but Jerry's pink line's the same color pink.
Yeah, we'll just pick a different line, but it's good. I mean, and then study it. Go look at Apple. But I mean, you can put it on any lower time frame, you know, less than a daily. But if you look at I have several charts. Actually, I told you wrong. I got one chart I got on a 15. You look at Apple, just comes right up to it and does a U-turn.
Wow, okay.
Right? You look at Tesla on a 15, comes, you know, up to it, the last 3 candles, stops right at it, you know, the wick stops, turns, comes back. That's no coincidence.
Yeah, interesting.
And then look at Tesla, look at that VWAP. It's, you know, pretty flat. So there's no edge.
Okay, Tesla.
It's just a, you know,
One
more
more
ticker on your, I wouldn't call it ticker, one more thing, what I call area of interest. So as it comes to it, you know, you want to be aware what goes on. Is it gonna, you know, go through it? You know, before I used to trade VWAP, I always make sure that if I take it and it goes above it, that one candle closes above it before I would take it, going long or short, but one short below it.
Maybe I'll have to get used to it because I'm not seeing, I mean, I see the wick on Tesla. I put it on my hourly chart. I see that the top upper wick stopped at the VWAP. But then the other ones are like intersecting it.
Yeah, but I'm just
not
talking
seeing
about the
pattern
last
yet.
3 candles. I'm not gonna say it's everything, but like
Sure.
Apple, go back on the 15, 1, 2, 3, 4 candles back, where did it stop at? Right there. Besides Jerry's pivots, on my charts, I find that you know, besides Jerry's pivots that are very powerful, is also putting the open line on, because that tells you if it's green or red, you know, on the daily. So I put that on lower time frame, and really, to be honest with you, that's where Apple stopped out that last one, right about where the open came up to the open, stop and roll back. That's what determines, you know, like full time frame continuity. You might not be using it on the lower time frame, but I use the daily open as a line going across. So I'm aware that above that it's positive and below it it's negative.
The upper green and lower red line, the dash lines,
Say that again?
the daily open, is that the upper green? That's the daily.
No. It's a study inside TOS. that you
Thanks,
can put-
fixing to break out again.
Hit daily open and make sure you put yes, that you only want the current day. Otherwise it puts however many days your chart is and it puts all of them there. I don't want that. I just want the current one to see, you know, where you're at in relation to the
Okay.
open. Because, and I use the day aggregation, you know, for that. So at least I know it is relative to the day. Then if the day in the 60s positive, then you know they're buying.
Okay.
It's just something you don't have to think. You know, if you're quick at your eye, you can catch where the open was, that's fine.
Okay, yeah.
It's just like Apple today, it's what, below the open. Look at Boeing, below the open now. And NVIDIA, it's above the open. So you're getting a little bit of just corrective activity, like Rob would say. Tesla below the open, QQQ's below, SPY above. And look at SPY. If you go to SPY on the 15, where did it stop at? You have a big wick there, stopped at it. Where did it stop? The open. On the
Interesting.
15. again, I just call those sort of areas of interest. I mean, we all analyze
There's Baidu.
information different, but sort of like training wheels, you know?
Baidu is short. Neo short again. Amazon's getting close to target here. So we just got a Momo shooter on Tesla. Momo shooter on Baidu.
Thanks, Corey.
No problem. I mean, not all of us are like Jerry, where you can look at that stuff so fast and see everything in front of you.
Working on it.
Everybody can do it. Just takes time. Practice. Tesla's gonna be short when it crosses 675.39. Breaks that, could see 673. I mean, they're just not big moves. They're just not big moves at all. Neo short again here.
Yeah, Corey, I agree with what you're saying, by the way. I keep on my charts, now I've got them all color coordinated and I made them different types, you know, lines with dots and shades so that, you know, I've gotten used to them so that when I look quickly, I know exactly what each line is. And I only keep, and I don't have them on all my charts. Like my active trader is nice and clean. Looks like Jerry's. So I've got a separate screen where I have charts that have more lines on them. But the lines that I look at are yesterday's close, today's open. I've got the ATR high and low, and then I've got yesterday's high and low. Yeah. And I find if you actually watch those every day on the 30, like I'm looking at UPST right now. The UPST has been bouncing off of yesterday's close, today's open, like a ton of times today. Just bouncing off of yesterday's close, today's open. And then there's a whole bunch of other ones I'm seeing off the ATR, and there's a whole bunch of other ones I see off of yesterday's high. So, you know, if you watch them every day, like you just start to see the patterns.
Right. And the other thing that I like, I do the same thing as you. I put the high and low of the day before, because if it breaks the high or the low, it's trending, right? Anything in between, then it's basically inside bar chop.
Yep.
And you know, and that's what Jerry can see that stuff so fast. That's like when Jerry takes those things, first 15s in the morning, anything that breaks the high, that's why it goes in, or the low, he goes fast. But I just sort of like the lines that, you know, then you don't have to think, because when stuff's moving fast, you know, you don't have time to think. You try and let the charts help you.
And sometimes those lines wind up being overlapped into pivots anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just saying I can see them on my charts because I keep the pivots up. So sometimes they'll overlap, but like right now, for example, NVIDIA's kind of bouncing up against yesterday's high. It's above it, and it's just it's bouncing right up on it. You know.
Well, the other thing that I used to do also, I haven't been done in a while, but take that VWAP, and like I told Nicole, where she took off the plot of the +2, -2, you find most of the time when they're outside those range, they come back in. So if they're running too hard and it's outside that +2, it comes back into the range, or if it's below it, it gives you a signal of how to buy it to come back in.
Yeah. I really do like the ATR study though, that high-low ATR study. I find that if a stock is moving really hard short or moving up in the morning, it will, tells you a lot. Like if it's really going, it either hits that and bounces back, or, you know, it's going low and it bounces up. So, you know, before you get excited and go hard one way or the other, you know, it's amazing how many times it just stays right within that ATR, even when it's really moving. But once it starts going even outside of that, how many times it'll bounce and then come right back to that line, and then it'll just range on those lines all day. Those two lines have a lot of, I don't know, they just suck. The ranges is a lot when the stocks get up to there.
And you're referring to the ATR range?
Yeah, I'm just saying if a stock gets up, so like later in the day, for example, when a stock starts getting really low, you know, it's kind of moved down all day, right? It'll just kind of get down there and it'll just bounce and range right on the lower ATR. Or if it goes up high, right, it may come back, but then even then when it makes a move back higher, if you kind of look at it by the end of the day, it's just been bouncing up and down right off the upper ATR. It's amazing how much the stocks will just kind of stay along those upper and lower ATR lines.
Well, the other guy that was on here was talking earlier. His name's John. I don't know if he's still on. There's a guy that on Twitter that trades ADR, and he only trades Roku. That guy seems to master it pretty well. I think he's traded all year, and I think he's only lost twice, he said.
Yeah,
John,
I
you
do the
there?
same thing. I
I'm
trade
actually-
ADR.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I misspoke.
No, that's okay.
I'm using his study, the guy you're talking about.
Okay,
That's-
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
ADR.
Ashford.
Yep. Yeah. It's his study. That's exactly, I meant ADR, not ATR.
Yeah. I trade ADR and then ORB also, but I only trade Roku for 90% of the time, but I have 4 stocks up every day. I usually decide pre-market. Like today I had PayPal, NVIDIA, Roku, and Square all up. But
What time frames do you use when you have them all up?
I have
fixing to be long.
Yeah, I have a 47-inch screen, so I actually have up the 5, 15, 30, an hour, same as Jerry.
Okay.
But I have 4 screens going simultaneously, so I have 4 monitors. I mean, but yeah, PayPal was nice today on the 5-minute. It had a 3 at 10:10, and so at 10:15 I took it below that 3, and it was beautiful. That's learned from Jerry. I mean, I usually don't trade PayPal a whole lot, but I had it up because I was waiting for a breakdown, and it did. It broke down right at 10:15 underneath that 3 candle. So the strat is a beautiful entry tool. I don't really trade the strat per se, but I do calculate my entries based on the strat. So I guess I kind of trade it, but yeah, it's all about ADR and ORB for me though.
Yeah. But it's good a trader, Art, because you're good. You won, what'd you say, 34 out of 35?
On Roku, yeah, Green Day.
Yeah, just think if you were trading options, you'd make 3 times that amount of money with less capital.
Yeah, I just opened an option account because you guys finally talked me into it. And I haven't traded live on it because I'm still like watching YouTube.
The video's long here, guys. Yeah, options is where it's at. For sure.
All that peer pressure, you just couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, you make sense. Dude, you got to read that book and resources, though. You got to understand.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not trading. I only funded it with $2,500, and I did it on Tastyworks. Even though I have Thinkorswim, I don't like Thinkorswim's platform, so I actually use DOS Trader to do all my trading through the. Even though I chart with Thinkorswim. I was getting too much lag on Thinkorswim a while back, and so I just stopped trading with it. I use DOS as a tool for my entries and exits. So.
You said you took PayPal after the 3 candle. I'm not seeing the 3 on the 15.
No, it's on a 5-minute candle at 10:15. I took it below that previous 3. The 5-minute candle was
okay.
a 3 at 10:10 this morning.
Yep. Okay.
I took it below that 3 and it was beautiful because it was an easy play. I was only risking basically 50 cents on the whole trade, you know. But I entered 200 shares at that and I just held on to it. I actually just cut it about 10 minutes ago, but
okay.
But it was an easy, I mean, it was an easy $600. It was crazy because right below that 3 was powerful. So.
Yeah. So you've got the red and green lines that Jerry uses. You also have ADR and ORB.
Yeah, the ADR are the dotted lines. Like on PayPal, it's 292.61 is the top ADR today, and the bottom is 288.05. And then my ORB, which is 5 minutes, was 290.71 and 289.68. Those are the two prices. So that's what I'm trading off of. But I have got a clean chart like Jerry. I just basically do the same thing. And I have the numbers underneath that represent the strat, like Jerry does.
Less is more.
Yeah, less is definitely more. There's no question about it. So
Amazon. Oh yeah, less. Yeah, it's less stuff in the way. So
Jerry, you gotta love that.
We're gonna target the top of the candle.
You gotta love that Fang.
Oh, Fang. Yeah, it's up 68.42. I like it.
Brandy, if you look at Myrna, because I know Corey was talking about VWAP. If you look at Myrna on the 5 minute candle at, let's see what time that was. It was like, I don't know, it was like 15 minutes ago. Look how it came down and touched exactly on VWAP. And now it's reversed over $2 just off VWAP. It missed it by 2 cents. That's how powerful VWAP can be on midday to late day tickers. It's pretty powerful, pretty cool.
Okay.
But yeah, just look at
Amazon could be doing a PMG here.
Is your name Brandy or Nicole?
I go by Nicole, but I can't figure out how to change it.
Oh, right.
It's my middle name.
Oh,
That's what I
sorry,
thought when you
sorry,
said- when you
Brandy. I
said
saw
Brandy,
Brandy
I
up
thought-
there.
It's my
Oh,
fault
my
because I
God,
can't figure out how to change it.
Jerry's usually not trading this late. I'm surprised.
Market's choppy in the morning.
Yeah.
There's some stuff starting to straighten up a little bit.
Could you share those two, the ORB and ADR? My numbers aren't matching, but yours just were.
Well, on
You
the
talking to me,
on the
Brandy?
ADR study, you have to change it to 5 days or else you won't get the same data.
Okay. And it's anything, any time frame under the daily. Is that
Yeah, well,
still-
it doesn't matter what time frame you're on. You have to change the length to 5, because that's not the default on that study.
Jerry,
Keep
on
an eye on
that,
Amazon here, and keep an eye on Baidu and Tesla.
on that 30-minute,
Down and back up.
Jerry, on the 30-minute SPY, look at all those pivots it just took out.
Yeah, we're looking at Amazon and Tesla, Baidu to do the same exact thing right now.
They say Apple's trying to do that too, going through a few pivots.
Yep, they could all do the same thing.
I think what they did, they
Amazon's long right now.
they shook the fleas off the tree in order to see if the retail, traders would collapse.
Oh yeah. Yep, we need to keep an eye on Baba doing it. Could do the same exact thing here. We need confirmation on a 5 minute. It's breaking through the pivot low, so target would be 223, which is not that far. But it's a good move for Amazon. Nvidia's target is still the high on the 15. So Amazon's got $10 of range right here. Hopefully Baidu makes a higher low here. PMG's coming back up to pivot low and then breaks through. And I get you a target on X too. Let's see. X got to break a certain area or it's long. 15. Yeah, so Etsy needs to break $200 and 21 cents to be long. Novavax is trying to come up too. Now, Roku. Yeah, Spy's looking good. It's breaking that flat top breaker now. There's a flip. Warner's trying to come up. Roku, keep an eye on Roku here. So Roku could PMG back up. Yeah, keep that a thing. Etsy's fixing to be long. All these stickers can reverse and go back through range here. And it'll be quick because there's a bunch of stops to take out and they're really, really tightly stacked. So we can get a huge ass red candle this thing here, or green. So Roku 60. It's curling up. It's bouncing off a pivot low. It can come back to 462 today if it wants. Myrna's long target the red top of that. A candle and it can PMG and come back to pivot high on 60. Still on Amazon here, my target 34.25. See if I can't pull $10 at least 8. So Amazon's longs are not in at PMG, pushing through pivot low to pivot high. Novavax is coming up. Nvidia is coming up. It's almost a target here. Let's move them almost $2, 250. Target's going to be 811.23 on Nvidia and then 818. All right, so it breaks 812 here. It's going to be, it can move there $6 and then all time high at the end of the day. Shop's pushing that pretty good with some strength. Keep an eye on Roku, keep an eye on Etsy. Docky's reversing. And Zoom's going to be long. Over 387.50. So all those stickers can reverse in PMG right there.
VIX low of the day, Jerry.
Yes, sir. Love it. Roku's reversing. It's gonna be long. It goes 2-2. We got a 2-2 Neo, 2-2 Baba. Docu's coming up. It's only gonna be long over 387.50. I'm gonna have to do a video one day to show everybody how to set their stuff up. Or the new people on POS. You do a whole video just going through these settings. Novak's coming up. Amazon. Thank you very much. Amazon almost a Target. It's $9. I'm gonna set a limit selling it, see if I can't get stomped out. I tell you what, I was ready for most part of the day. But it only takes one trade, man. It only takes one. Novak's is long here, target 216. Nvidia is long, too. Nvidia hit target too. So if you took Nvidia, should be up. Now we want to break through there, retest this right here, and come back up. Target's going to be 813, openly 818.
Amgen's going, Jerry, and it just broke the daily pivot.
Amgen, nice.
Jerry, if you were to get into something like NVIDIA and it made it to the first, I don't know what you would call it, there's targets along the way, but say 8, 10, 45. Yeah, or 811 and 10 cents. And then there's another kind of like intraday high of 811.36. And it starts to pull back at one of those. How would you know whether to cut it and exit or stay in? Would you exit and just get back in?
Yeah, I would. As choppy as the market's been today, yeah. So as soon as it got at the target, I'd sell. And then as soon as it crossed, pulled back on top of that pivot, I'd get back in it. It's safer. It's safer because if it happens reverse, another market choppy as crap. Say it pulls up, expands, comes back through range. Well, not only giving up the spread, but it, you could lose half the money you just gained as well. So it's best just to get rid of that thing. Get rid of it and then hop back in on the way up as it passes to the high. That's your safest bet.
Yeah, okay. But if the market's not choppy, then you'd be more inclined to stay in.
Yeah, and then you take a look at volume to see on that pullback that volume decreases on it. So once the volume decreases on the pullback, it's just confirmation. Or you can see how big the pullback is. But we're on top of a pivot now, and it can expand a little bit to the downside and then push back up. So it's in a pretty good spot right now. Now the wicks on the 5-minute there, that's your stop. But it's wick down there twice, it held.
Okay.
If you're still on it, just wait. Airbnb's, move to the damn side again. Boy, thank came on all back down now. Getting it back up. Good while she lasting. All right, add a minute of tickers, chart. The whole freaking process added on to it. It's important to have these tickers symmetrical because it could skew the candle size from one ticker to the next. Or, it affects what I see anyway. So I want to look as close to as possible. Because the candle size and the wicks itself tell a story. And if one chart's different than the other chart in size, it could throw it off. Where you could see one candle that looks like it's big, could be 90 cents. And you can see another candle that's really small, it could be $3. So it's important that they're all the same size for comparison. I had a big screen. I had some big screens. They were like 42s, I think, something like that. And I couldn't adjust the screens to the way I liked them, so I got rid of the TV. It's actually hanging on my wall right now. It's actually bigger than that. So bigger don't mean better. All right, Tesla's trying to break here. Tesla's breaking the downside. Tesla's short right this second. We're going to scalp it. 672. So $3 scalp. And if it breaks pivot low, guess what? It's got a gap fill. The gap fill is $15 wide. Novak's still climbing here. So Novak's is gonna hit the high here. Myrna's falling in suit, so Myrna can break it at the same time. I like having these tickers side by side because one leads and one lags usually. So Myrna breaks the high here. The next target will be pivot high or 236, 237. All right, Fang's puking here. It could be PMG. So it stares up. It steady moved all day. It could come down just as fast right here. So Fang is short. Fang is short right here. If you want, you can wait till it breaks 99.60. You see volume increasing on it, so it tells you it's coming down. Fangish gonna be short. We're on a great candle. Tesla's short for sure. Got kicked out of Amazon. Take that $9 move. And I bought it deep in the money. Make it for last time. Thursday. Yeah. Man, that's up to Nick. Here's my new one. All right, so I got Airbnb, that one. Baba. Neo. But dude, Novak's is almost a target. So Fang comes up, retest pivot high. If it breaks the low here, it's gonna be shorter, add to it here, if you're not in it yet. So 98, 99.50, it's gonna be short across the below that. Novak's is coming up to target. Mona's gonna break too. All in line with each other. All you gotta do is pick one. Two o'clock. What's that? Oh. Thank you. We bring something back?
Like milk.
How about Coke? Fang's short here, guys. Fang is short. Add to it. I'm gonna add to mine. Add to yours. Target 97. 96.50. Fang is short right now. PMG down. Stairs up, escalator down.
Dude bought 3 more of those shirts.
Nice. Fang is short. Bank's still kicking ass. Amazon's trying to TTO 15. You should have added a thing up there. They're cheap too. Amazon breaks. 34.26. Still target feel high. Deep in the money calls. Deep in the money. Bang, deep in the money.
Jared, can I ask you a question on Apple real quick?
Yeah, boy.
On the 5-minute chart, it just made a pennant and it broke the high. If you took that entry, would your stop be 136.57?
Take a look. I can tell you right now, BA is short. It's very short right this second. Beautiful chart. 8A. Yeah. BA is short here, guys. Okay, let's take a look at Apple on the 5-minute.
Yes, sir, if you don't mind.
Yeah, my stop would be at 136.40.
So basically 57 minus some change, or you choose
Yeah,
another different?
minus 10 cents.
Okay, thank you.
And you know, if you wanted a closer one, let me pull it up here. You want to set it on the most the recent support or resistance level, which would actually be right here, minus 10 cents. But the strongest one, the absolute strongest one is right here, because it's got 1, 2, 3, 4 touches there. So it would have a really hard time breaking this zone here. If it broke through there, it's a problem. But you can set it on this one, minus 10 cents, which would be
Facebook is ripping right
136, 136.55. Yeah, 136.55, and then the one that's stronger is 136.47. Okay.
I appreciate you taking the time.
You're very welcome. Facebook, signal. Roku's trying to TTO, if it breaks the high, they belong. Etsy's trying to break still, slowly. Shopify's coming up, some up big old red candles there. Oh yeah, Facebook looks really good. Facebook breaks 353.75. You can see 358. That looks really good. And we look at Shopify quick too. It can be a nice, really nice scale. So Shopify's long right this second. This thing can come back up to 67. $10. Baidu did 2-2 reverse back up. Shop long. I'm gonna try to scrap the hell out of it. See if you can bucks right there.
When you have a second, Jerry, can you look at Sam Adams Beer?
What's the ticker's name?
SAM.
Sam. I've already got a limit order on Shopify. Sam is slowly coming down all day, but right here on 5-minute, it's slow. So it's chopping. It drops a few dollars and it chops, and it drops a few dollars and it chops. Look at the higher time frame.
Yeah, it almost looks like a swing to the downside on the higher.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so on the weekly it pushes up. TTO's down right now. If it breaks 960.49, man, this thing's gone. Dude, it's dying. If you look on the monthly, it's gone. So if you want to take it short, let it break 970.40. It's short. There's not much volume. That's the only problem. If you took options on it, you have to be really careful about getting out. All out of Shopify. You could get out of it, but you need to be real careful. Yeah. Amazon's long TTO to upside 15. Baidu still on there. So Baidu 2 up. BMG. That's a good thing about these small pullbacks. Is when they make a higher low, that's a pretty good move. It's pretty productive. Things still work if you got in that. Up 32% already. I've added to it twice. All right, let's pull up Baidu right quick. Sam does look pretty good. Got a potential to move a lot, and I'm talking about a lot. Just if you go to get out, just be prepared to, especially if it goes against you, be prepared to have some slippage.
Okay.
Just in your favor, though. We should work with it out. As long as you sell on the way up.